I expect the very same round of applause when I'm done facilitating today. So once more, we'd like to welcome you to a warm and sunny Durban. Is it for those of you who brought the rain from Cape Town and from Johannesburg as well? We are not happy with you at the moment, but we'll make do with what we have. Once again, my name is Paman Damshongo, Senior Programs Officer and Facilitator Extraordinaire. The extraordinaire, I just added myself now. So I'd like to welcome you to our, I think in 2014, it was the 9th local government conference. So if we start to do the math now it's 2023, which is 9 years later. 9 plus 9 is the 18th local government conference for the Democracy Development Program. So a round of applause for the work that started many years ago. I was in primary school when the first conference happened, I guess. So I'm glad to be here. But before I get too comfortable again, I'd like to welcome Dr. Paul Kariuki, who's going to do the official welcome on behalf of all of us here at the DDP, and I'll take you through the rest of the program shortly. A round of applause for Dr. Kariuki.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Well, thank you so much, Brian, and thank you so much, colleagues that we just met them a day or two ago. Let me just say something very unique with this team of young people that have just, gave us an item. They are from one of our sites for a migration project that they assembled themselves together in a couple of days. And they just came up with this powerful number that they presented to us. So we are very, very happy about the work that we've done. You know, there's some things that you can never capture in a concept note for a project. This is one of them. But we are very happy that we have something like this that we can be able to share with all of you and really make our work very visible in a very powerful way. So my task here is very simple. First of all, is to welcome all of you to this wonderful occasion for us. It's an annual program that we offer, and not just because we just want to have something on our calendar, but it's because we value the work that we're doing with many of you in the local government space. And in this room, aside from our board members, who I'm very, very, very pleased to have today, all of them here seated in front of us here, I'm also very, very pleased to see all our partners who have come from all kinds of places across the province. And I'm told that some of us who are still on their way. Apparently, there is a serious traffic jam on N3 from Pietermaritzburg. They're on their way. Some of them are in our program. But besides that, I just want to say thank you for your ongoing support. As my colleague Brian has just characterized, I think this should be the 18th or so of our local government conference. And I'm so pleased that we are hosting this conference at a very special year. This year, we are celebrating our 30th year since our founding. And I'm also very, very pleased to have our founding and the first director of DDP, Dr. Rama Naidu, whom you're going to say. I would like us to give him a round of applause. There he is at the back. We are very, very, very much pleased, Dr. Rama. It's on your shoulders that we are still standing on. You showed us the way, and we've kept the way, and we'll continue keeping the way. So we are very thankful that you also made time to be with us here today. We want also to thank Dr. Holger Dix, representing the Conrad in your Stifter, who have really remained supportive of our processes and our programs and activities for those 30 years. I would like us to give him a round of applause. He is representing the CAS representative here. We also want to honor and thank the city of Durban, because all this work we could not have done without the support of our city, and the city here today is represented by Mr. Eric Applegreen. We would like also to honor you. Thank you very much. And a very long-term associate of DDP, who has really contributed to much of our work, intellectually and otherwise, Professor P.S. Rady, whom I'm also happy to say he was my professor, supervised my PhD. So I'm very, very happy. And together we have continued to publish our work each year for the last couple of years. I think now it's 5, but he has also been publishing with DDP even before I joined DDP. Probably I was still in primary school, but I'm so thankful. Without revealing his age, but I'm so thankful that Professor P.S. Rady, our journey goes way back, and he was my professor for my PhD. And so it's very rare you find that kind of a combination when you change sides in life and then still continue because of the values that we brought together in the work that we do. I recognize him as my mentor and a leader in this area of our work. And also in this room, we are also honored to have one of the representatives of the interfaith movement in this city. Actually, the two, Miss Seydoun, somewhere, I don't know where she is. Seydoun, there she is. She represents the interfaith community of our province, and I think she's still the coordinator, if I'm not mistaken. And also Bishop Mike Foster. I would like to also acknowledge you. Thank you so much. When we started, yeah, go ahead and give him a round of applause. Yeah. And I'm mentioning this because when we started our work of managing migration in the first episodes of xenophobia, he was one of the people that we ran to help us and guide us and to mobilize the interfaith community to support us in response. So we honor you and recognize you, Bishop. Thank you so much for coming. And members of the media who are in this room, I won't want to make a mistake because I don't know who you can see them. They're here. And I really appreciate you guys for supporting the DDP work and making sure that we are able to put it out there for the public to engage with. Members from the different political parties, some from the government departments, and distinguished guests, I really want to welcome you. We are honored as DDP because as we celebrate these 30 years of our work, we celebrate our resilience as an organization, that we have remained true to our vision, and we've remained focused to make sure that we continue to develop and to deepen the practice of democracy in this country, recognizing that this project cannot be done by one single organization. It requires a multi-approach kind of a way of doing work, and you guys have really contributed to that process over these 30 years. I also want to acknowledge the past and present DDP staff that also remain very, very passionate for the work that we do. And they always go the proverbial extra mile to make it work. Majority of you who are in this room have attended various DDP activities over the years, including this year. And I think you can attest to the fact that our DDP team has been exceptional. So I would like you to give them a round of applause. You can do better than that. They are all here and they would like to see something here and hear something better than that. Great stuff. They make me look good. And I appreciate them for that. And they know that I really do honor their efforts that they put behind to make our activities and our events an experience that is worth your time. We do not take your time for granted. Neither do we also take the efforts that you put in providing us feedback on a continuous basis to make it worthwhile. And before I take my seat, I also want to recognize that in the course of the 30 years that we've worked, we have also learned a lot of lessons. And we continue to learn them as we go forward. My urge to you all is that you continue to support us so that in the next 30 years, God willing, that if we will all be alive then, or those who will come after we've gone, we'll have somewhere they can continue to build on from the foundation that has been laid. So I would like to urge you to continue supporting this work, giving us your insights, sharing us with your ideas, engaging with us whenever we convene, and more importantly, whenever you have an idea that you want to think that we can be able to benefit from. We recognize that we cannot be able to answer all challenges or respond to all the challenges that are facing us, especially at this local government sector, but we value your insights. So I'm saying the doors are open for you to come and share those with us. Help us to do what we do best together collectively so that we can make this city, this our province, and our nation a better country for all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kariuki. Another round of applause for him, please. So I have the honor of also inviting a long-term partner and friend of the DDP from the Konrad Adenauer Foundation, Dr. Holger Dix, who has a doctorate in philosophy that he completed in 1996 when I was here. Dr. Dix has served as the resident representative of the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung since 2012. But he now serves on the continent and in the region, I think in the East, Dr. Dix, your portfolio, Sub-Saharan Africa portfolio. So he leads the Konrad Adenauer Foundation in that space. So we'd like to welcome him to give his remarks as a partner of the DDP, as a long-term stakeholder in the work that we do. Please give him a round of applause.
Good morning, Madam Chairperson, members of the board, Dr. Kariuki, ladies and gentlemen. Let me start. I'll share a secret with you before I start with my official presentation. I'm always getting nervous when I'm standing in front of DDP participants. I'll tell you why. You probably remember that I was with you when you celebrated the 10 years anniversary of DDP. And I just, at that time, I just was appointed director of the Africa and Middle Near East Department of the Konrad Adenauer Foundation in Berlin. And our then resident representative, Andrea Ostheimer, she asked me to come to Durban for the 10 years anniversary and to present a speech. Now we had, I think, 400 people in the room. It was packed. And I already was a little bit nervous, so I wanted to make sure that I have my speech. And before the activity started, I did put my speech on the desk here. When I was invited, there were other speakers before me. When I was invited to speak, I came to the podium. My speech was done. So I had to start my speech for the 10 years anniversary of DDP with a question into the room. Please check if you have my speech. And then, whenever I'm speaking at DDP, I make sure that I have my speech with me, and I'm a little bit nervous. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a real pleasure for me to be with you and to represent the Konrad Adenauer Foundation today. Those who still know me as the former director of the country program in South Africa should not panic now. I'm not back as country director. I'm only representing my colleague, Gregor Jecke, who is the country director of the Konrad Adenauer Foundation. He's based in Cape Town, but right now he is the delegation of South African politicians in Berlin and in Kiel, and they discuss, they share experiences in how to manage coalitions, which might be an important topic in the near future in South Africa. So as I said earlier, I was following the work DDP is doing. I've participated in some of these conferences already, and I know the importance of the conference. And I'd like just to say congratulations again to DDP for organizing this important event. I'm really happy and pleased to see that the founding director of DDP, Dr. Rama Naidu, is today present here. I'm very pleased to meet again the chairwoman of the board of directors, Devi Rajab. I think it's always a pleasure meeting you, Devi. But I would also like to say that we greatly miss a person who had a very strong influence on the work of DDP, Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi. May his soul rest in peace. I think anyone who knew Prince Buthelezi knows that local self-government and a decentralized approach to governance were very important to him. Ladies and gentlemen, when I returned to South Africa, that was mentioned already, so after my term here as a resident representative, I went to Tunisia for 4 years, and now since 21, I'm back with a regional program on political dialogue with and within Sub-Saharan Africa. So when I returned back to South Africa, I wanted to find out, so how has the country developed in these last five years? What has changed? And I have to say that there are some indications that show that South Africa is not on a very good path. I hope I'm not too negative. And when I say that South Africa is probably not on a very good path, not talking about the country's international relations, which have created a great debate in the last years in Europe, in Germany. Not talking about energy supply, this has changed a lot. I mean, we have frequently, those who live in Joburg, I don't know about Durban, we frequently have power cuts, and that was not the case when I left South Africa. But what I mean when I say that the country has changed, talking about the mood, the atmosphere that exists in South Africa today. I'm not, maybe I'm exaggerating, tell me, but I do have the impression that there is the danger today that South Africans lose the hope for a better future and even find it useless to commit themselves to their country and help shape their own future. I do not want to claim that what I say is correct. Please, I may be wrong. But if that is the case, if the mood has changed, and if people are losing hope, then all social forces must be encouraged to counteract this trend. And among these forces, undoubtedly, DDP is a major actor, which has already played an important role in anchoring the young South African democracy in the society since its founding. Over the past 3 decades, DDP has developed instruments and topics that strengthen the political participation of the population. And I'm sure that my friend, Dr. Ramanaidu, will tell you later and show you later that the measures promoted by DDP have had and will continue to have a positive impact on South Africa's development. Today, you saw in the program, my task is to send a message of support. So let me send you a message of support. Also Germany, and maybe you're following that a little bit, we have some issues with our budget. Germany is suffering a lot because we have to respond to a war in Europe, and we do have to put much more money into military and defense than we were supposed to do. But even if that is the case, I can assure you that the Konrad Adenauer Foundation will continue to support the work of DDP. We are really proud to be a partner of DDP, and I wish you, I don't know whether it's correct, 30 years birthday, happy birthday, and a bright future for DDP. And thanks again for being partner of the Konrad Adenauer Foundation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dix, for that words of support on behalf of the Konrad Adenauer Foundation. I was just thinking that when we talk about the conference today and our reflection on the 25 years of the White Paper on Local Government, when we were partnering with Prof. P.S. Reddy and UKZN, the way you knew that he wrote the concept note for that conference, it would have Quo Vadis in the title. So I don't know if anyone of you know what Quo Vadis means. We'll ask Prof. P.S. Reddy what it means, because I also forgot. But I was just remembering some of the very lengthy concept notes that he used to write for us. And so when we talk about 25 years of local government, it's important to reflect on the multiple facets that we engaged in. So our panels for today will venture both in terms of the administrative part of it, where we have the Auditor General presenting to us some of the PFMA findings that their office is doing. And we're very lucky to have continued a working relationship with the Auditor General's office insofar as creating the linkages between the work of institutions, Chapter 9 institutions like the AGSA's office, as well as civil society and the constituencies that we are a part of. We hope that through these presentations, we increase what the Auditor General's office actually refers to as an ecosystem of accountability. So who are the stakeholders that you need to bring into the room to ensure that accountability is something that is substantive? It's not just something that's written down in policy documents or just spoken about randomly without real interest in ensuring that people participate. We're also going to be hearing, and I'm very excited for this presentation in particular. Everyone else, I'm excited for your presentations too, but specifically the Westville Ratepayers Association will be one of the presentations that we engaged with. As you know, to some extent, I might misrepresent, but they have the opportunity to correct me. They're essentially saying to the city, you aren't doing enough. You're not doing the work that you need to be doing. And so we will withhold our taxpayer, our rates, our taxes, and we will do the services that you're meant to be doing while still taking you to court, because to some extent, you need to be held accountable for non-delivery and not doing the work that you're actually mandated to do. So we have a presentation from that side as well. We also have a long-term partner of the DDP in this work of sustaining a sort of a developmental local government. The Built Environment Support Group, BESC, which is also going to be joining us. They are unfortunately part of the probably hundreds of thousands of people that are caught in between the traffic between Pietermaritzburg and here, because unfortunately there was a big accident this morning. We hope that there are no casualties, but we are looking forward to seeing them when they do arrive. Of course, the Auditor General's office was also meant to be here physically, but they do have an office in Pietermaritzburg, and so they'll be presenting virtually instead, and we'll set that up shortly. Of course, we have various important presentation as well from our former executive director and founding executive director, Dr. Rama Naidu, where he talks as well about the impact of the work of civil society in the space of local government and ensuring increased transparency, increased accountability, and all of those aspects that are very fundamental to our work. As we go throughout the day, I'd like, firstly, I heard when I was sitting down and listening to a docutext, someone's cell phone rang. Just a reminder that when we are convening in the space, it's relatively, there's a lot of echo and stuff like that, and we recognize that all of you are very busy people, so we're not going to ask you to switch your phones off, but at least put it on vibrate so that it doesn't affect the speaker on the floor. You will have an opportunity at various points in time to also engage both at your tables as well as directly to the plenary, which means potentially directed to the people that might be as part of the panel. We'd like you to be cautious and aware of the way in which you use your voice in the space. One very important one, watch your airtime. I don't know if people use airtime anymore because I've been getting a lot of WhatsApp voice calls, and that's problematic. So I guess watch your data is what it means. So watch your data, be wary of the other voices who might not be speaking as loudly in the space. Listen with intent. Often when you come into this space, you already have some preconceived ideas, especially when you hear Ratepayers Association withholding money. So Mr. Applegreen has a specific view on that as part of the municipality. So maybe hold off on some of your preconceived ideas. Listen with intent and ask questions to inquire, to genuinely understand what it is that people are engaged with. Of course, we are very also lucky to have with us very two astute gentlemen who will be chairing our sessions for this morning. And I do apologize to them. I might step in here and there, given the changes in the program as a result of the traffic from Pietermaritzburg. So I might juggle things around in the program, but I hope that you know me well enough to know that I'm not doing it out of ill intent. So we have with us the chairman of Gwenzeguhle Community Organization, Mr. Avin Bola, who's also a partner, helped us start the KZN CSOC as an administrator and ran that quite efficiently for some time. He's also been leading some efforts in our advocacy and lobbying work as it relates to the local government learning and action and learning network. So he'll be chairing one of the sessions. We also have our former board member, Mr. Bibi Biela, who's a very astute local government practitioner. in his own right. And so it's important that they will be chairing some of those sessions as well. So given that on the first panel, we were meant to have the Auditor General's Office and BESC as part of that panel, I'd like to ask from the Westville Ratepayers Association to join us at the front. The representative of the Ratepayers Association is Wayne. I've forgotten his surname and I do apologize. He'll reintroduce himself as he gets to the front. And we'll have firstly a virtual presentation from the Auditor General's Office and thereafter followed by Wayne. I think it still ties in nicely, right? Because you have from one hand some PFMA audit outcomes. What are the things that the Auditor General's Office is observing? And then secondly, we have the Westville Ratepayers Association as citizens who are actually engaged in some lobbying and advocacy work, specifically as people who are meant to be recipients of this. I'd like to invite Mr. Bibi Biela, who's going to be chairing that session for us. And so those are now just the sort of rejigging of that space. Mr. Biela, angikuboni baba. Oh, nang. Oh, ngiyabonga. Simshayele izandla as he comes through. Our chairperson will help guide us. So we're going to have a virtual presentation from the Auditor General's Office, and then we'll have a presentation from the Westville Ratepayers Association as part of your panel. Yes, please do. If you have some opening remarks for us, we're also happy to hear it before I set up the whole tech thing for the Auditor General. But to say it on her side. Cool.
No, I think.
Sorry, apologies for the recording. We need you at the mic, sir. I
don't know what they call you, Master of Ceremonies or MC mental case. And thank you so much for the opportunity. And it's very interesting to note that we have now completed 30 years of service as DDP, working with communities, really from not only communities from cities and so on, working with communities, even in traditional authority areas, even in townships, which is not normally the case with some other organizations. You will find that they are just, they know the urban setup and they don't know the other area. So we are very grateful that we are going to have this discussion, and I think we would allow that the Auditor General is set up so that he can start speaking, because the issue of accountability is very important. When one looks at the boycotts that are happening in our country, and if one looks at the crime levels and so on, we think sometimes we have lost it all, despite the fact that we have institutions that are supporting democracy, the Chapter 9 institutions, and sometimes we lose hope. But with organizations like DDP, they bring hope back, because then we know that there are some good Samaritans who are really looking at whatever is happening within the country, and then we then take a stand that, oh, things might become better in the future. So let us then listen to the Auditor General at the moment as she is already on the screen. Thank you.
Good morning. An official good morning to everyone. I'd like to start off by saying all protocols observed, and to thank DDP for the invite and the opportunity to once again be part of the local government conference and share insights from our audits as the KZN Office of the Auditor General. Just in terms of what I'm going to share with you today, I'm going to talk a bit about the accountability ecosystem and how we believe this will play a role in shifting the public sector towards improving audit outcomes and service delivery. And as this is the local government conference, I'm not going to share with you the most recent PFMA outcomes, which we concluded at the end of July, but I'm going to take you through the outcomes for local government that we concluded at the end of November 2022. So just a slight correction on what I'm going to share. But I think those insights in local government that I'm going to share with you briefly will also just tie in with the rest of the speakers in terms of the conference and what we as the accountability ecosystem can do to change the face of local government. With that, I will ask Verishka, who's assisting me, to project the slides, and then I'll talk you through them. Last year, when I attended the conference, I did get feedback that the information I was sharing in my slides were far too technical. So this year we have changed it, and we're trying to provide more information, more insights, but it's a work in progress. And any feedback we get, even after today's presentation, we'll take that. We'll make further refinements to the messages we share, and hopefully we do get an invite to come back to this platform and other platforms to share our messages. As I said, I'm here today to share with you the local government outcomes for KZN for the 21-22 audit cycle that ended in November 22. And with that, I will have some insights in terms of what we did find during this audit process. If we can move to the slide that covers the next slide, please. Okay, let's stay with the slide on the accountability ecosystem. So here, what we want to demonstrate is there's a network of stakeholders that have a mandate or responsibility, whether legislative or moral, to drive, deepen, and insist on public sector accountability. The mission of shifting public sector culture through insight and influence is broad and cannot be achieved by the AGSA alone. Critical to our ability to successfully deliver this mission within the scope of our mandate will be the extent to which we are able to influence the rest of the members of the broader accountability ecosystem to fulfill their respective responsibilities and mandates in a coordinated, consistent, and effective manner. Failure by any part of the ecosystem to effectively play its role, particularly due to the unique role that each stakeholder has to play, has a detrimental impact on the effectiveness of the ecosystem as a whole, and also tends to undermine the ability of other stakeholders to effectively play their roles, given the additional burden of responsibility that they are required to carry in addition to that which falls within their particular scope and mandate. By the time that we, as the auditors, report on adverse findings, it means there are multiple failures that already occurred along the accountability chain. Meaningful contribution towards reversing the trend of persistent accountability failures and realizing the aspiration of making a stronger and more direct impact on the lived reality of ordinary South Africans is vital. Therefore, the AGSA should leverage off its capabilities towards generating insights and applying influence to stakeholders in a manner that shifts the culture of public sector towards one of performance. In terms of the broad message that I've shared, in terms of what you see in front of you, and the reason that I'm here today is in response to the role played by the active citizenry in the whole ecosystem, and to share insights with you and to form a collaboration and deeper understanding of how together we can influence the public sector and the performance of the public sector, with particular emphasis on local government. So in local government, you will have in charge of each municipality your accounting officer that's supported by senior management who have a role in terms of administration. And then you've got the executive authority being the municipal council, led by different committees, and also the leadership provided by the mayor at local government level. Oversight over local government then comes in the form of Office of the Premier, Department of COCTA, as well as Provincial Treasury, and the role that they play in terms of being coordinating ministry, in terms of the support and oversight they provide to the local government space. And as I said, there's a role then played by the active citizenry, or what we call civil society organizations. And it's the reason that I've been invited and I wanted to be part of this conference, is to engage further with civil society organizations. So what we've realized as the Auditor General over the past years is that our insights and messages are limited by our interactions with the municipalities alone. But should we then engage with organizations that actually on the ground, we can have deeper insights and the impact on our audit and risk assessments can change. So as a result of that, we want to then collaborate with civil society organizations in terms of sharing messages. So in terms of insights, influencing a process, and where we can't achieve in terms of insight and influence, then move on to enforcement in terms of having material irregularities that will then create the change in the public sector and hold those responsible for performance accountable. So one of the reasons we want to engage with CSOs is to identify impactful audit topics with high risk and materiality, better understanding of the effectiveness and impact of government programs, learning from CSO experiences on the ground locally, creating a listening audience eagerly awaiting audit reports. So it's to take the audit reports and make the messages meaningful to society at large. Building community engagement and educating community groups about the role of the audit office, enhancing the credibility of the audit office, and having CSOs advocate for and monitor the implementation of audit recommendations. So very often we find, as I go through the audit outcomes, we do the audit, we give the insights, we give recommendations, but the slow response in implementing those recommendations prevent a change in the public sector. And this collaboration with the active citizenry, we are hoping will then impact and assist with some of the change we want to see. I'm then going to move on to the actual audit outcomes for the last local government audit. And you will see that the overall audit outcomes in the province improved. These improvements were driven by commitments and more responsive actions taken by leadership and senior management, which included the filling of vacancies in critical positions and stability in senior management positions, which laid the foundation for efforts to improve the control environment. 9 municipalities improved their audit opinion, while 4 regressed. What I want to emphasize for the KZN province is that the audit outcomes are year on year moving into, even over the administrative term, are moving to a better position. So we have no outstanding audits. We only have 1 audit sitting with a disclaimed audit opinion. Disclaimed means that records were not in place for us to issue an audit opinion. In terms of adverse audit opinions, where we say we cannot express any opinion on the financial statements, or that we express an adverse opinion on what's disclosed, is also only 1 audit that's sitting there. And the rest of the audits are sitting in qualified, with areas have been marked for improvement. And as you can see, 76%, which is also quite a huge majority of the budget, is sitting in unqualified with findings. There is a slight improvement in terms of clean audit outcomes. And what I'm advocating for, speaking to, is that the more municipalities we can get to an unqualified space or to a clean audit space, says that their control environment is sound. The monitoring and the role players in terms of audit committee, internal audit, the oversight by the political leadership and that of the accounting officer is sound. And therefore this municipality can then start focusing on improving service delivery, responding to infrastructure, aging infrastructure, etc. So that is why there's a huge emphasis on audit outcomes and wanting to see an improvement in the province. In terms of the improvement in the province, we have role players such as Provincial Treasury and COPTA that we meet with on a regular basis to discuss the challenges in local government and how we can work together to then improve local government. In terms of the stakeholder climate with respect to local government, we've seen that there has been changes in terms of the provincial leadership, and we had to take that into account in terms of the messages that we wanted to give. So here's just to give a snapshot of there has been changes, and as you know, we're going into an election period, so there'll be further changes to the provincial leadership. And we've also seen changes due to the coalition or changes within the coalitions in the province, that even there were changes at municipal managers as well as mayors in the province. So these changes does tend to lead to an instability, and it takes the focus away from service delivery thereafter. But it was just to raise some attention to that. In terms of accountability and consequence management, we find that there's a slow pace in implementing consequence management and holding officials accountable. So what we're finding year on year is an increase in the unauthorized, irregular, and the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. So we're not saying that these are necessarily relating to fraud, but we're saying fruitless and wasteful is monies that could have been used elsewhere in terms of if you incur interest on late payments or standing time, then that money could have been reinvested back into infrastructure, back into service delivery. Unauthorized expenditure speaks to poor cash flow management, it speaks to unfunded budgets, etc. And irregular expenditure speaks to non-compliance. So having an environment where the officials are not adhering to compliance does not speak well for, once again, ensuring that there's transparency in actions as well as service delivery and accountability taking place. So we also found that disciplinary boards were established at all municipalities, except from Zinyati, and this is a huge step forward in terms of addressing the consequence management that we have been speaking to local government about for the last 4 or 5 years. And we're hoping to see an increase in terms of investigations being undertaken, completed, and officials then held accountable. It's similar in terms of governance matters, where we speak about risk management strategies, the role of internal audit and audit committee, and we're hoping to see an improvement in these areas as the province moves towards further improvements on the audit outcomes. In terms of oversight, I spoke about the role played by COCTA, SALGA, and Provincial Treasury, as well as Office of the Premier and the province. And I think that active role that they are playing is definitely leading to an improvement in audit outcomes in terms of our relationship and working with those provincial departments and their oversight role in the province. This is a snapshot of what we did with respect to the local government audit. We looked at financial statements, the annual performance report, compliance with key legislation, as well as we have the amendment to the Public Audit Act, where we raise material irregularities in terms of any financial loss or harm to the public that we come across. We also, in the blue block below that, paid specific attention to the service delivery with respect to water, electricity, housing, and roads. We looked at governance and accountability, and whether management took timely corrective action and consequence management with respect to findings raised in the past. So as I've said, we've had an overall improvement in the audit outcomes. There was a role played by COCTA and Provincial Treasury. There was a slight improvement on compliance with legislation. However, we did note findings with respect to uncompetitive and unfair processes continue to plague municipalities and non-compliance resulting in material irregularities. We have seen an increase in the unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. And we have 2 municipalities, being the Bukanyukuda district and eThekwini Metro, being the highest contributors to irregular expenditure. And we're seeing a lack of consequence management, which I have spoken to, and what's required there. Can move. In terms of the local government outcomes and why we focus on the Metro is one of the biggest contributors to the economy of KZN, and a lot of what happens within the eThekwini Metro is then replicated in other municipalities, almost becomes Big Brother in the province. And I said it drives a big portion of the economy and job creation in KZN. So we do draw attention of messages around the Metro, and we've shared that with both the Council of eThekwini as well as the provincial leadership of KZN in terms of matters we wanted to bring to their attention. So we find that there is a stagnation in the outcomes for eThekwini for the last 5 years. in terms of them being unqualified with findings and the findings around compliance with legislation in various areas. You've seen they are the biggest contributors to irregular expenditure in the province. So we have been sharing findings of non-compliance and SEM non-compliance, but they have not been able to reduce the irregular expenditure irrespective of the recommendation that we've given the municipality. Over and above that, the city, like other municipalities in South Africa, is experiencing aging infrastructure challenges that threaten service delivery commitments to the residents. The situation is exacerbated by damage and loss of infrastructure, as well as a result of normal wear and tear, theft, vandalism, and the impact of the floods of April-May 2022. So there's various matters that are impacting on the aging infrastructure, and the lack of reinvestment in terms of having a budget for repairs and maintenance is further contributing towards this. Water losses we see as on the increase, and I think everyone here in the conference is well aware of all the media articles around water tankering, residents not receiving water, and I think the Ratepayers Association will then give further insights into why there's a rates boycott in terms of, again, being unhappy with service delivery by the Metro. So our messages to the Metro is about accountability, focusing on service delivery, and we're trying to find the root cause of why there's failures in certain areas by then drawing specific attention to the infrastructure that requires maintenance, looking at what the water losses are year on year, looking at the plan to the master plan in terms of addressing these failing infrastructure or deteriorating infrastructure. On my right-hand side is the action required from role players, and these are the messages that we've shared with management, mayors, council, and committees, as well as requiring support from National Treasury as well as National Department of Water and Sanitation to assist the municipality with reducing water losses. All the money saved in terms of water losses can be reinvested back into infrastructure, into other service delivery improvements as well by the Metro. As I go through the outcomes, I'll also touch on other areas where the Metro can improve or where we've seen failures in terms of service delivery. We then look at what support is given to local government, and the municipalities themselves, as well as that of COGTA and Provincial Treasury, provide support to local government through the use of consultants. So we did some extensive work here because, as you can see, there was a huge amount of monies that was paid to consultants, but it didn't necessarily result or equate into improved audit outcomes. So we actually tracked at which municipalities, what services were provided, and did it necessarily lead to the municipality. So if I can simplify it, if they had a fully functional financial management unit, meaning no vacancies, there's a CFO, therefore there's a strong control environment, should they have required the need for a consultant? And if the consultant was there, did they then assist the municipality in terms of transfer of skills such that the dependency on consultants can come to an end? And did it then lead into an improved audit outcome in terms of the involvement of the consultant? So total cost for consultants was 309 million. And that is monies that if can be deployed elsewhere if there isn't a dependency on consultants. So that's a message just on consultants. We've got firm commitments from Provincial Treasury and COGTA to then monitor consultants at local government, as well as to assist municipalities come up with MOAs and service level agreements such that the use of consultants can be monitored and to ensure there's a transfer of skills as well to the municipalities. We can move to the next slide. The next slide speaks to financial health. Again, there's been quite a huge media coverage of municipalities not having or being in a poor financial situation. And again, as the KZN province, we emphasize that there is a challenge in terms of this. We'll see right at the bottom where we've got municipalities where we issue a going concern paragraph in the audit report. The going concern is drawing attention that these municipalities' liabilities exceed their assets, and they, should something come up, there could be a challenge in terms of them being able to service their debt and as well as pay creditors. So the municipalities that we've been drawing that have going concern is Mzinduzi, Newcastle, Mzanyati, and Nkansla. And we've also, sorry, there's more than 4. We've also got Mpufana, Ugu, Burundi, and Utikela district. The district and the bigger municipalities have challenges with revenue generation, billing of revenue, and then the collection of revenue, which then severely impacts in terms of cash flow and being able to pay creditors on time. Not paying creditors on time results in them incurring interest, which then results to fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Not being able to collect on the revenue bill means that there's less money available for service delivery, for repairs and maintenance, and the cash on hand that municipalities have, they would then have to use it in terms of priority, which then goes towards paying salaries, VAT, etc. And again, the money's left over for actual infrastructure development and service delivery becomes less and less. So these are the impact of the poor financial health and the poor collection rates at the municipalities. You'll see the average debt collection period is for the current year, for the 2022 year was 232 days. So that's more than 6 months. I would think about 9 months to collect debt. And in the 2021 year, it was 179. Bearing in mind that this is an average number over the 55 municipalities. So some municipalities, the average collection period is almost 300 days. So it's taking a year longer than a year to collect debt. And at other municipalities where they have very good credit control policies, it's between 30 and 60 days. But in any business, you have to manage cash flow and you've got to collect on the revenue on the billing. And when those collection rates are very poor, municipalities are sitting in very difficult positions. And as a result of that, they're not able to then pay off debts to Eskom for the bulk electricity and to the water boards in terms of the water. So again, it starts impacting on the water boards and that of Eskom, because then they are sitting with larger debts owed by the municipalities, and we're getting to a spiral of debt. Again, less cash flows to reinvest in infrastructure, and we come back to aging infrastructure that's not being maintained. And I think it's coming through in terms of increase in electricity losses and increase in water losses. So you can see how it's all starting to tie in, and the messages that you can take back in terms of understanding as soon as the revenues billed by municipalities is not paid, the consequences of it and the repercussions that it's having long term. We can move. Here, I'm not going to spend too long on this, but in terms of performance planning and reporting, this speaks to the annual performance plan and the annual performance report, which is then directly linked to the IDP and the SDBIB or the annual SDBIB of the municipality. So here, it would start off with budget roadshows where the municipality would get inputs from various communities, civil society organizations, etc., in terms of what needs to be in the annual IDP and in the 5-year IDP, and then also what needs to then move into the annual SDBIB, annual performance plan. What we have found that the annual performance plans is not always aligned to the NDP. So all targets and indicators that should be there are not there. And over and above that, we're finding a challenge with the actual reporting of actual achievements against indicators and targets. So most of the municipalities have manual systems, and that's then subjected to error. So it's unreliable reporting. So although The municipalities are reporting what they have achieved. When we are going back and looking at it, there isn't sufficient evidence to support this, resulting in either material findings that we report in the audit report or adjustments being made for the achievement of the targets and indicators. So the reason that this is important for municipalities to get right is that they need to firstly have ensure that there's alignment to the NDP to ensure that all material targets and indicators are included in the plan, such that the main service delivery items are being addressed. And then the actual reporting needs to be reliable and credible, such that anyone looking at it can make decisions, or better decisions can be made if there's an understanding of what's being achieved or not. So here, it's just to give deeper insights in terms of, so I've spoken about the work we do around the actual reporting, but here we've just gone a bit deeper. So we don't necessarily issue an opinion on this, but again, it's to share insights so that the correct decisions can be made and the influence that we want to see and the changes we want to see. So here we show targets not achieved by indicators in the Utukela district. There was VIP toilets to be constructed. However, the target was 1,466, but the actual achievement was only 854. So you can see that these are things that affect the communities in most of the municipalities. And when these targets are not achieved, there's a huge impact on the citizens on the ground. The other one is water connections for water, and the target was 101, but the actual achievement was 8. Again, a huge difference, a disparity between what they set out to do at the beginning of the year and what was actually done. And again, there's various reasons for it. One of it being the budgets available and the cash flow available to invest in this. As I said, the municipalities, Utukela district is one of it that is not in a good financial health, and therefore the monies available to pay suppliers to be able to complete these projects is also a challenge. And it is similar for the other municipalities that are in the slide. So again, we speak about, we go on site, we actually look at what's happening on the ground and try to provide those insights to both provincial leadership and the administrative leadership of the municipality, being both the council and the accounting officer, of things that can be done and and to have the greatest impact in terms of trying to improve improve the service delivery and therefore improve the experience of the citizens of KZN. So in terms of time, I'm not going to spend too much time on the detail, so we can go. I'm almost. So in the next couple of slides actually deals with what we found in the specific projects that we looked at. So we looked at water. Go to the next one. We had a specific attention on water and sanitation. We looked at, was there a master plan? We looked at maintenance plans, and then we looked specifically, at wastewater treatment plants to ensure that and quality of water. And again, we chose 5 municipalities in which to do the work. And at majority of the municipalities, we found challenges, either water quality, the management of the wastewater treatment plant, or the maintenance plants, etc. So again, the message is that we are coming across and finding these problems. We are giving the messages to the leadership of the municipalities. We will go back now. We are currently in the 22-23 local government audit. We were going to follow up on this and do further work on water and sanitation. But in terms of the sample we chose and what we found, it's not a good picture for the province. The floods in April, May 2022, we know made the situation worse, where there was poor maintenance of this infrastructure. The flooding just then exacerbated it and made it that much worse. And there's that much more money that now needs to be spent. We also found the response to the floods was slow. And a lot of these problems, it's taking the municipalities a long time to attend to. So as part of our 22-23 audit, we'll follow up on all these findings in terms of the water and sanitation infrastructure challenges, the water quality challenges, as well as the impact of the floods and how those were addressed. So I've covered the water treat. So here at the Metro, as I said, when I covered the Metro and the impact on the province, we also found that there was a huge problem with, well, more than one, but in this case, the water works treatment, I want to get this right, in terms of the northern and the Umbumbilo wastewater treatment works. We found quite a few challenges there, such that there was an overflow and leakage that was leading into the main rivers and into the ocean. And this led to us issuing or notifying the municipality with respect to material irregularity, where we say there's harm to the public. We are in the process of getting responses from the municipality. They are paying particular attention to address it. And I think they have been able to repair quite a bit of it. But again, we had to go to the extent of saying that there's harm to the public and attention needs to be placed on this. But we don't want municipalities just to respond to the findings we raise. We want them to look at what is the root cause and start addressing it holistically, such that across the different district municipalities that are responsible for water, as well as the bigger municipalities of Mzinduzi and eThekwini, pay particular attention to the area of water, such that there isn't long-term impact on communities in terms of safety and health. Another area that we raised with the Metro was the integrated rapid public transport network. They have started to build stations and corridors, but due to various challenges, they have not gone live with this public transport network. In KZN, we are yet to have this system running. I think Gauteng and Western Cape have started, and they have been able to implement the IRPTN, as it's called, or Integrated Rapid Public Transport Network. But in KZN, the Metro was to be the flagship of this. And there's huge amounts of money being spent, but the project is still standing. So here we are actually looking at issuing a material irregularity with respect to the standing cost that is being incurred by the municipality while there's negotiations being made with respect to allowing the buses to start traveling. So there's quite a bit here, and we're quite concerned as there's monies that have been spent, but the infrastructure is not being utilized, is the message on this. And we are hoping to see some traction on it. So this slide is just a summary in terms of infrastructure projects as a whole in the province. So we find that there's delayed project completion. So this is now general statements over KZN. Increased project cost and financial losses. As soon as projects are not completed or their standing time, building costs escalates. We also find on completed projects quality defects that need to be attended by the service providers. Completed infrastructure not commissioned and not used or not handed over, and damage due to vandalism and service delivery protests. So I think in certain areas where there's frustration by communities in waiting for projects to be completed, there is invasion and vandalism that's occurring as well. So there's the list of municipalities where we selected projects, and these were the overall findings that we found on them. So it comes back to there needs to be an improvement in project planning, an improvement in procurement, project management, contract management, as well as the final commission and utilization of the projects. And I think the communities on the ground are very well aware and have been experiencing these in terms of the findings that we are sharing. As I said, we want to share these messages with leadership such that we can start to see some changes. This is again just speaking about the impact of the slow delivery, and that is to do with the housing delivery within the province. There's continued backlog in providing water to households and businesses, insufficient road and rail infrastructure, and delays in the delivery of infrastructure by public works. So this is covering also what provincial government needs to be involved in terms of assisting local government to ensure that there is the housing, the backlog in the roads the improvement of the road and rail networks, etc. So during the PFMA audit, we have messages about these key service delivery departments where we've seen the failures and where the improvement needs to be as well. So that has been our focus for PFMA. Irregular expenditure, I'm not going to spend too much time here. I did speak about biggest contributors. There has been an increase, and the root cause is the consequence management and the transgressions that are not being dealt with. It does have a negative impact on the economy, as well as service delivery, and therefore an impact on the citizens at large. I have spoken about material irregularities. So the definition of a material irregularity is any non-compliance that results in a financial loss or fraud or theft or harm to the public. It allows us, it's a legal process, it allows us to raise the material irregularity to the accounting officer, and then it puts the accounting officer in a position where they have 20 days in which to respond how they will prevent the loss or recover the loss or prevent the harm that is taking place. So in terms of the local government space, we have 45 material irregularities and non-compliance and fraud, and we give a detail of that. I think what I'd like to focus on is that 2.57 million. I know it's not a lot, but it is something. From one of the auditees has recovered the 2.57 million. We've also been able to prevent 4.97 further financial losses from taking place, and 553 million is in the process of being recovered in terms of the remaining MIs that still need to be resolved and closed. So the amendment to the Public Audit Act, the issuing of material irregularities, is starting to have a small dent, and in the current MFMA space, which is 22-23, we will look at the recoveries of the 553 million. And should there be other matters that we pick up, there'll be further material irregularities that would be issued. Key findings in the information technology environment. The reason that I wanted to speak to this, but I'm not going to go into any detail, is to say that I think we all understand the power of technology. And I think today speaks to it from my side in that the roads were closed. I couldn't get to the conference, but I'm still able to speak to all of you through a virtual platform. So the enhancing of IT infrastructure, the investment of IT infrastructure, and being able to then manage, monitor, and improve control environments in local government can only come from an investment in IT governance and in IT infrastructure. So here, this is the message we want to give all stakeholders, is that if this investment is not taking place, municipalities are open to cyber attacks, loss of key information, lack of a control environment, or not having a robust control environment that would monitor all aspects, shorten queue times when people go with inquiries to municipalities. Quite a bit that can happen should there be this investment in the IT space, and that is my message around this slide. Here, it's again, I have spoken to this, I'm not going to spend much time on it, but it just speaks to the roles played by provincial legislature as the overarching oversight over the province as a whole. What they have done is they had Section 132 hearings, where they called the 7 municipalities from the 21-22 who had a year that had performed badly, and they had addressed these municipalities, they had resolutions, and they wanted to track how these municipalities would improve. And I think we've seen that these hearings have been successful, and that there has been improvement in quite a few areas and quite a few municipalities. And we are hoping to see further improvements and the role played by Cochrane and Treasury in assisting these municipalities. So what they have said to us in the current cycle is that they are now even going to take the Section 32 hearings and resolutions into the full house, into the legislature sitting, such that they can have resolutions and recommendations at that stage and commitments that will be tracked. So there is quite a seriousness in terms of the oversight over local government and understanding how important it is for local government to improve both on audit outcomes and on service delivery. And it's similar in terms of the interventions put in by Office of the Premier, Treasury and COCTA, with that understanding of how the role that local government plays in terms of service delivery. My last slide is, as you can see, it says activating the accountability ecosystem. And again, it speaks to the role that each and every one of us play in terms of how we shift the public sector culture and how we can improve audit outcome, service delivery, and hold those in office accountable. So this message is to the different role plays where we've asked for accounting officers to, in terms of robust reviews and continuous in-year monitoring of preventative controls over financial and performance reporting and compliance with legislation. And that is to improve audit outcomes, improve the reporting of the performance indicators and targets, as well as to reduce the irregular expenditure with respect to non-compliance. Effective use of consultants to stabilize and capacitate the administration, so not to have an over-reliance on consultants, but to find a way that skills can be transferred. A robust financial management culture, which includes ensuring all revenue due is collected, prudent spending, and prevention and speedy recovery of financial loss and wastage will contribute to increased service delivery as more funds will be available. And to the political and administrative leadership to work together to foster a culture of accountability and implement effective consequences for transgressions and strengthen government structures. And I think my final message would be that there has to be coordination between local, provincial, and between national, provincial, and local government to ensure successful implementation of these commitments and to drive the culture and behavior towards improving audit outcomes and service delivery. On that note, I'd like to thank all of you for your attention during this time. As I said, try to keep, not to make it too technical, but to still have the messages with respect to the areas that require specific attention by the role plays in the local government accountability ecosystem to drive the changes and improve service delivery and thereby the lived realities of the citizens of KZN. Thank you so much. Chair, I'll hand back to you.
And you are going to be able to pose some answers, but more than that, it is going to give most of the practitioners, when they go back, to be able to open up to their communities and discuss these matters and make sure that there is improvements going forward. And let us then move on to the next speaker. I understand that Mr. Kulegani Mpega is here. He is the He is the senior facilitator with a master's degree in history from the University of KZN. He also runs an organization called Built Environmental Support Group, and it's a non-profit making organization. And I think, again, as we have heard, previously, the ecosystem is very important to be looking at these things. And at the moment, if we look really at the floods that we have had, it is a serious indictment on us as human beings as to whether we are doing what we should be doing to keep our environment safe for us, for our children, for the future of our grandchildren as well. And I would now like to call upon Kulegani to come and address us on this issue. And again, you must take notes of the things that he says so that during the question time you can ask.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Kulegani Pega from the Built Environment Support Group. Just one correction on my introduction. I do not run BESC. I'm one of the employees at BESC. I came with my executive director, Ms. Feroza Suleiman. Can I ask you to stand so that people see you? Thank you. We would like to apologize for arriving late here. We're coming from Pietermaritzburg, and many of you know that there is a situation with the N3 at the moment. There is no movement either to Maritzburg or to Durban. So we had to find alternate routes and so on. But in any case, we are happy to be here. Thank you to DDP for inviting us to share our thoughts and reflections on the state of local government. I would like to thank my fellow presenter from the AGSA for a very, very comprehensive presentation. We at the Built Environment Support Group, these things are important to say when we are an organization that is turning 40 years old. We are the Built Environment Support Group. We are 40 years old this year. We started off in 1983 at the then University of Natal by the senior lecturers or academics within the then Department of Architecture and Allied disciplines. So they set up this organization. It was a membership organization back then to defend the rights of the poor to the city of Durban. So it grew. At some point, we had an office in both in Pietermaritzburg as well as in Durban. Our vision, like all of you inside this room, we have a vision of a South Africa where every South African lives in a participatory democracy with sustainable living environment and livelihood security. Where do we see our contribution specifically as BESC? We work in partnership with community partners. I might have to move a little bit. We see our specific contribution as working in partnership with community partners. We have close to 30 community partners across the province of KwaZulu-Natal to facilitate and support participatory development, the realization rights to land, housing, basic services, livelihood security, and environmental justice. I'm giving you a list of people that we work with, the partnerships that we are part of. The top two are not active at the moment, but still they are important. The Good Governance Learning Network. It is the network from which BESC and DDP came together. We're also part of the HIV and AIDS in Local Government Network. We're also part of the PHP reference group. The PHP reference group is the coming together of NGOs who work in the housing space. It depends on who the minister is. It's on and off. It depends on who the minister is, as I'm saying. And then we are part of Shincha Makaya, which is a newish network. It's less than 10 years old, that looks at tenure security for people who live in farms. We are also part of the Asivigelane network, which I'm sure most of you know about. It started off during the COVID lockdown. Its responsibility is the coming together of different NGOs, community-based organizations, as well as social movements to monitor the delivery of water and sanitation in informal settlements. We are also part of we have a partnership with Corruption Watch. Some of you know about Corruption Watch, that they deal with the issues of corruption in the entire continent. So we have an MOU with them. We jointly facilitate with them on issues of corruption awareness. I will not bore you about some of the things that we do, but I think it's important for you to understand our background. My presentation has got 3 segments. It's the introduction, which I'm still busy with, and then introduction, then I move to our observations with local government. I decided to limit my presentation to the area of public participation, the state of public participation with local government. I have mentioned that we work throughout the province of KwaZulu-Natal. So we interact both with smaller municipalities and together with the bigger ones, and also with the metro. My point of departure in today's discussion is our understanding about what developmental local government is. We understand developmental local government as a government that is committed to working with citizens and groups within the community to find sustainable ways to meet their social, economic, and material needs, and to improve the quality of life. One is the Constitution. There's a Constitution of 1996. It guarantees the rights of every individual. Yes. It guarantees the rights of every individual in South Africa, the right to participate in their own development. The second part of legislation that informs my talk this morning is the Municipal Structures Act, which lays down the responsibilities of the municipalities, the roles and responsibilities of a council, as well as the ability of the administration, responsibility of the ward committees. The third one is the Municipal Systems Act, which are four of that Municipal Systems Act. It states very clearly that the municipality has a responsibility to make sure that all citizens of the municipality participate in the issues of governance and the issues of development. Generally, in all the municipalities upon which our community partners live and work, we discover, I do not think that these are new things. There is a very high level of factionalism within the municipalities. This is due to what is happening inside the political parties, and then it goes to the municipality, and then it affects service delivery. There is also a very high level of the politics of patronage. We see it, that development goes to areas and VDs where the political parties know that they have the most support. There's also corruption. I will not dwell much on the corruption because I'll speak more about it on a slide to follow. There is also high levels of maladministration. As we speak in KwaZulu-Natal, there are 8 municipalities who are under administration at the moment. There is cadre development. We do know that cadre development is a global phenomenon. It happens everywhere. But at least appoint people how to do the job. And then there is also role confusion and undue political influence. If I can just share more about this, there is a very strong attitude by the governing parties in the local municipalities that we govern here. We want the vote, we govern here, so we govern everyone, including the administration, we govern everyone. Some of them, they do it because they are not aware of the clear distinction between politicians and administration. There is one very, very energetic mayor who will remain nameless. He's young, he's very energetic, but because he doesn't understand the distinction, this mayor, every morning, he stands at the gate of the municipal entrance and he waits for employees for them to account. Why are you late? You know, responsibility of the municipal manager. Okay, so I won't bore you with a lot of general observations, but this is what we see. Most municipalities just do not take the public participation seriously. They don't put enough resources into public participation. They don't even bother to invite people on time. A few years ago, BES conducted a study where we were assessing the level of participation within the municipalities. And what we discovered, people are not given enough notice for public participation meetings. And even during the participation from the community is only limited to questions that they ask. The role of ward committees and community development workers is not very clear. You will see in the case study that I'll be moving into shortly that they are there, but you cannot really tell what is the impact of the presence of the ward committees. Okay, and then the last point on this slide. Because of the lack or poor public participation, there is a huge misalignment of the service delivery product that is given to the community against what the community needs. Here is a big example of that. Can anyone tell me where this is? Where? Bolivia. No, okay. Has anyone seen it before? It's in Pietermaritzburg. It's called Kwachigacho. It's named, yes, it's named after a taxi lord who lived in that area. Okay, here the government spent an amount of 445 million to build these flats. Now, 445 million to build 404 flats. They're very nice flats, 2-bedroom flats. I wouldn't mind to live there. But the problem is The flats were supposed to be solving this problem. The flats were supposed to be solving the informal settlement problem called Kwachigacho informal settlement. One MEC came, probably it was close to the elections, and the MEC says to the people, don't worry, we shall be building you RDP houses. Don't worry, we'll be building you RDP houses. And then there is a couple reshuffle, and another one, and another one. When the flats are being built, and then Sunduzi municipality comes to the people and says, the flats that you see being built are not RDP. These are community residential units. What is the difference? If it's an RDP, it means that Utogo moved from this house to the flat, and she owns the flat. But if it's a rental unit, it means that the qualifying criteria is that you have to be employed. You have to be employed and earning 800, a minimum of 800 to 3.5. All right, so the flats are built, they're ready for occupation. The municipality goes back to the community because there was no prior engagement and participation. The municipality goes back to the community and says to the community, now come and apply. Let's see who qualifies. Now, I told you that they built 404 units, right? And only 200 people from that informal settlement qualified. So those who don't qualify are asking the municipality, what do we do now? We've got the flats at our doorstep. What do we do now? And Sunduzi municipality says that, no, don't worry. You will be included in another project in Signal Hill and Lincoln Mead. And both these areas are 12 kilometers away from the informal settlement. And these people, because they have their agency, they say, we are not moving anywhere. We are not moving anywhere. So there is a danger, or there's a situation that Otogo and others who don't qualify for rental, they go and invade those flats. And as they invade those flats, and we know block so and so are invaded, those people are not paying. If that signed up to pay will stop paying. This is what happens when there is no proper public participation. Now, I want to introduce you to colleagues of mine from Dundee, Sbongile Township in Dundee. It's a case that I want to work on that highlight the main issues with local government. You can see them there. They're standing in front of the High Court in Pietermaritzburg. For those of you who cannot read isiZulu, the placards are saying, I want my house back. Give me my house back. This is the work of a voluntary association that we are supporting called the Endumeni Civic Association. They're based in Sbongile Township. They formed themselves organically. In fact, the leaders who are leading the movement are people who had led a civic association before 1994. So it's a re-emergence of a civic association. They came together in 2016. They meet regularly to discuss issues. The main problem are these houses that you see. These that were built by government as part of a project called the Buffer Strip project, housing project in Dundee. You will remember that the special planning of apartheid was such that you have a white area, and between the white area and black area or colored area or Indian area, there is a buffer, which is vacant. All right. So the government built these houses. It's very well located land. It's flat, it's beautiful. You just walk to town. So people applied, were approved for this project. And then in 2016, project was completed in 2015. In 2016, Obaba Uktelezi, Ozodwa, Manyati, and others, I have a list of all these people. They're sitting at home with a paper from government that says that you have been approved for a house in the buffer strip project. When Obaba Ukteles and others go to that particular house, that's got a house number, someone is already living in that house, because the house was sold to them by municipal official. So these people start complaining about this at war room level. They talk about this at war room level, there is no action. And what do? They go back to the leaders that they know. They say, here is the situation. And then the Indo-Mani Civic Association is formed there and there to act in solidarity with these people. The Indo-Mani Civic Association starts to ask for meetings with the Indo-Mani local government, as well as the provincial Department of Human Settlements. They have records of those failed meetings, 4 of them. They tried, it never worked. And then they decided to engage some NGOs, and then they decided to take the municipality to court to seek justice for those people who were approved for housing, but of the houses that rightfully belong to them. Then the court commissioned a forensic report to be made, investigation to be conducted. This investigation here in 2018, because here we are talking about the consequences of lack of public participation. This report allowed 1,000. And you would think that after the report, that names to say so and so did this, and the municipality should do this to someone. Lack of consequence management. And then in 2019, the Indo-Mani Civic Association went back to court, and the court ordered the municipality. The court ordered the municipality to take steps to rectify the situation. Still, there was nothing. You would think that when the court gives an order, the municipality will take it seriously and call the people who are affected to a meeting at least. That never happened. The community went back to court in 2019 to apply for the provincial government to be enjoined in this action. Well, the provincial department did something. The HOD wrote a letter to say that it's fine, we accept that something did go wrong. So those people who are affected will have to be accommodated in another housing project, which also is in Glencoe, about 15 kilometers from Sbongile Township. And the people said, we're not gonna do that. And then in 2020, the court ordered that Indo-Mani municipality and the Department of Human Settlements gives the court an action plan on how they will rectify this. That hasn't happened. As a result, we are going back to court on the 24th of November. We are hoping for judgment that enjoins now the national minister of Human Settlement to have this situation sorted out. So a few thoughts about this situation here. This is a summary of some of the judgments by the court. It says that the municipality action was inconsistent and in breach of the constitution. Action of the municipality was arbitrary and manipulative of the waiting list of the RDPs. The municipality doesn't have a clear process on how to manage the list. The municipality was found to be corrupt in the allocation of RDP houses. You would think that when the court judges this way, there will be consequences for people involved. Nothing until today. From this case, you can see that there was clearly a lack of participation. There is corruption, unethical leadership. I don't know how has the municipality spent in court to date. It will be interesting to do figures and share with the public that this is how much your municipality is spending on lawyers, because they just are not committed to do proper public participation. Mostly, the qualifying beneficiaries are deprived of their right to adequate housing. Two of the names that I mentioned when I started my presentation, Ubaba Ubtelezi, Nosis Uzonke, have passed on without having their rights realized by the municipality simply not taking seriously. We could go on and talk about the situation not far from here, Foreman Road. 3,000 households, and you only have 10 population blocks. So all these people are supposed to be sharing these toilets, and half of them are not working. So I move now to the recommendations that we have. To everyone, I don't like presenting, but my working. All right. So believe that there has to be more and systematic monitoring and evaluation of local government performance in terms of public participation. Number two, we believe that the public participation assessment of each municipality, but AGSA, should. At this point, the auditors from AGSA, when they come to audit a municipality, they file a report that talks about public participation. But unlike the other details of the report, it's not for public consumption. It forms part of the management report. So our recommendation is that this report should be made public so that everyone within that municipality knows how their municipality is performing. Okay, the government needs to show political will to support independent organizations within its municipality for them to engage. They need to provide relevant, timely, cost-effective, and useful services that are beneficial to the people. All right, they need to increase their collaboration within the government departments for the benefit of the poor. The last point, the municipality and government needs to support community-based monitoring systems. We shouldn't rely. There are many methodologies. There is your social, there are many methodologies that could inform the municipality and also AGSA about the real performance of the municipalities. As I was preparing, this is my last slide, preparing for my input here, I came across this very brilliant agreement. It's old. And I'm not sure how many of you know about it because certainly I did. In 2013, they were talking about a framework for strengthening citizen government partnerships for monitoring frontline delivery, service delivery. And in that framework, they say that emphasizing the building of capacity for both citizens and officials on to monitor how citizens experience service delivery, analyze together that feedback, and take actions aimed at improvement and communicate the outcomes to all stakeholders. So this is our last recommendation to government from a government framework. Gabon. Gabon.
And I think though it is sort of disturbing, but another round of applause I think is important. Now we come to the question time. But before we do that, on the presentation, one important stakeholder is not being mentioned. And maybe if people could look at how it does, traditional authority leadership. Justice there is swift. In the case of the boundary disputes, Inkosi or Induna reports to Inkosi, and Inkosi says, call those people on such a date to the courtroom. And people go there, and justice is meted immediately. You don't find people languishing around with all legal disputes as far as boundaries are concerned. It is addressed swiftly. But maybe it shows that there is something that our modern institutions can learn to the oldest institution that has been in existence. Because you don't see those kind of buildings that we have seen there, how people could live in such a situation. Now, let me not take, we only have 30 minutes. I think we will, I don't know if it will be possible that we can spend 15 minutes asking questions on the issues raised by the Auditor General, and then 15 minutes on the issues raised by Mr. Mfega. But it might be difficult to really control that because people might be wanting to talk to any. Yes, Mr. Mfega. For each presenter. Oh, you know, ba ungibambe ngobhongwane. Okay, 3 questions from the floor, and I'm going to have a problem as to who I start with, but that hand has been up from that lady. And then this gentleman, you introduce who you are, and then to whom the question is directed to, and then you ask. And I hope the Auditor General will also be visual. Okay, that's great. At the moment, I've got 3. I need another 3rd one. Yes. As I have pointed out, we start with that lady there and the gentleman, and unfortunately another gentleman here, but if the time does permit. Can someone help me with the mic? Yes. You can go from where you are.
Okay, good morning to all of you. My name is Hansa Naika, and I am one of the community members from Starwood Women Ladies Support. And my biggest question actually is the Auditor General's report. The presentation was quite good, but for most of y'all know the situation that's happening right now in KZN. So my biggest question was the solutions, and also that why they had spent so much of money just to get consultant, whereas every department, whether it's government or whether it's companies or wherever it is, they will have each person doing their job and each department doing this job. So why should they hire consultants to do the job that people are being paid to do? Right? That's the overall what I looked at that. And the second one is about the presentation was meant concerning the community. I agree very, very much that there's a lack of community participation, and there's a lack from government, especially. They don't have enough road shows, and most of the times when things are happening where there's community participation, it's most of the time advertised after it's already done and dusted. So most of the time it's too late. People don't know what's happening. And also in the KZN province, as I look at it, we had a paper that before the COVID that was actually quite good because it tells you about the jobs in the municipality, it tells you about the tenders, it tells you of everything. But right now, we don't have that. But the community participation thing is something that is very important, and we have a lack of citizen participation. Thank you very much. God bless you all.
Sanbonan, good day. Sandlis Tole, who is on the floor now. Mine is just a general question. It's a general question directed to the DDP. It's saddening to listen to such presentations and to see what is happening. But my main concern is, how is it helpful to listen and to watch what has been presented? And then you find that even the people who are affected are not together. Like if in forums like this, where municipalities and the civil society are in one room, getting such presentations and try to find concrete solutions. Because as much as I appreciate the engagement here, as a civil society alone, without the officials and the politicians, there's something lacking. Is it possible to have sessions where parties are together? I mean, the parties in terms of civil society and the government together. Thank you.
Good day, everybody. Sanbonane Onke. My name is Pat Reddy. I come from Westville, to the Westville Ratepayers Association. However, I've been an activist from the 70s, fighting the old government. Now we're still fighting the new government, which is very sad. At the age of 70, I should be enjoying my retirement. But however, I'm not going to give up. Anyway, to the AG's office, there's just a couple of things. I think most important is the 50 billion over the 4 years, which the city, I cannot guarantee, but we need guidance from the AG's office. How was those funds misappropriated? How can we hold the city accountable? Then in terms of our wastewater treatment works, if the city has been planning and preparing well in terms of climate change, I know a lot of our politicians have been all over the world in terms of the different COPs, and we cannot prepare a major city like Durban with the challenges of the floods in terms of climate change. And we have a very senior people in our city who's representing us, Dr. Rebra Roberts. Also, she holds quite a high position. So I'm questioning, we have people in terms of what are they doing to protect the poor? I've been to all the areas, in the poor areas, and it's so sad. I know one community is battling with the city and provincial government. They've got the property, they've got, sorry, I'm digressing, the AG. But these are the kind of things, reality on the ground. And it's time the authorities listen to civil society. We are being pushed. You go look at the sanitation in the informal areas. It's a total disaster, and it's sad to say we are human beings and we're allowing people to live in those kind of things. But AG, coming back, the other thing is in terms of the wastewater treatment works. In terms of the 27 wastewater treatment works in our city, and quite a few of them, I'm not going to put my head on the block, but a number of them are discharging directly into our rivers. And our politicians deny that and say, no, the beaches are still open. We had blue flag beaches. We were the cleanest municipality in 2008. What has happened to everything? How could the infrastructure disappear? Then we've got Go Durban. It's sitting, nothing is being done. All we're paying is for security to look after that. And now today we're having a meeting here. You couldn't come up from Durban. Why? Had we had our rail systems working, you would have been here with us and we'd have loved to have had you here. Thank you very much, everybody.
Well, the lady is sitting here, and I think you will, because we're really running out of time, but it's from this built environmental, so I would allow her, but to be very quick. And then we are then going to have the responses and then break up.
Quick agenda aspect, okay, to guys tonight. Just a quick one to the AG's office. And I did touch on this on the AG's office previously, but we want to find out, we've got a project, or CSOs have got a project within the eThekwini municipality. And it is causing, I'm quite shocked with this material irregularities, because the reason is it's causing substantial harm to the credibility and the reputation for the CSOs, as well as the eThekwini municipality as well, where there is projects that have been implemented. There's MOUs signed by the municipal manager. It's been approved a council resolution, but now that they're putting a stop to these things, where civil society organizations have worked with communities in informal settlements to take care of the climate within the informal settlements, whether it's sanitation, whether it's rights awareness, and to clean up their environment. They've been employed, but right now everything's put on hold. But then there's huge material irregularities. So the AG needs to look at all these MOUs that are in place for what is happening, because there had been budget allocated to these. And now there's over 6,000 EPWP workers that are now, what's happening to them? Okay, it's very important that this gets looked into.
Let's have the responses from the Office of the Auditor General, and then Ms. Mpega will follow with his questions.
Sure, thank you. I hope I'm audible, and I'm going to just give an overall response and then address the individual questions. Thank you. So year on year, the Auditor General as an organization has been issuing audit outcomes. We've been issuing our general report, and we give details to those audit outcomes. And what we have noticed is that there isn't necessarily a change in the audit outcomes, and service delivery hasn't been improving. And the areas that we want government as a whole to focus on, we weren't seeing that change. So we've changed our strategy and we've changed how we're doing things. And we're currently calling it our 2030 culture shift strategy. So we've implemented it starting in the 2021-2022 year. And over the next 7 years, we want to change in terms of, if you remember the accountability ecosystem, we want to change the insights we're given. We want to have greater influence and impact. And where we don't achieve that, we're going to move then into enforcement. So everything that everyone is saying and the matters that were raised by the different members of the audience is exactly why we've changed our strategy, why we're now engaging with CSOs, civil society organizations. We understand their role and their importance in terms of even us having a focus on the right areas, focusing on the correct projects, the projects that I think it was the first time we met with the built environment CSO, Bez, and they gave us insights into the absolution facilities in the metro. And that is something we've then taken up to look into, and we are currently looking into it in our current audit. So just to summarize, we've changed our strategy, we've changed our messaging, we've changed our insights to exactly address the concerns that citizens are having. Monies are being spent, there are performance plans, there's IDPs, there's SDBIBs, there's performance plans and indicators set by provincial government, but we're not seeing the impact of achievement of these plans. So we've changed our messaging and insights. In terms of the matters raised by Ms. Hansa Naika, is to speak about the situation in KZN, what are the solutions and why the use of consultants. So we've delved deeper into these areas in our audits to give the insight. So we're now saying to the provincial leadership and we're saying to local government leadership, you're using consultants, there's a huge amount of money going into this area. Are you getting the benefit? So we're creating the awareness. We're going to track the commitments we received. And in our current audit, which is the 22-23 year, we'll then look at, again, how much was used by consultants, was there the benefit? So I'm saying that I don't necessarily have the solution, but we're drawing attention to the areas that require solution by government, require intervention and emphasis by government. We're raising the red flags, and we're going to track these matters that we raise to hope to see some sort of resolution being made. And that's why I'm happy that I was here last year and I shared insights again this year. We're talking about things that really matter. And with each year, our relationship with the various CSOs will also develop to a state where there's collaboration and partnership in the areas that we need to draw attention to and get action on. In terms of the public participation, we've actually got a pilot project, but we didn't focus on all municipalities. We only focused on a few of the clean audits. And there's only like 3 or 4 in KZN, where we looked at those municipalities and public participation. But I take this message very strongly. We need to look at public participation at all municipalities, and we need to actually share those findings, how we share the findings around the area of consultants. So it needs to move out of a pilot project into an actual project, and we can share those findings. So we won't be able to do it in the current audit, which we're concluding at the end of November, but we'll then have this as a project in terms of the next local government audit to actually look at public participation, how it's been done, what's the rate of public participation, and share those findings on that. I think it's very important, and the messages are very clear that people need to give input into these performance plans in terms of what's required. I think the message by my panel member also speaks to this. Without proper public participation and inputs, government spends money and builds something that the community may not necessarily need or is not in a place that they need it. So we often find in terms of our infrastructure projects, where something is built, but it's either not in the right place or it's not what was needed at the time. So we believe project planning and participation by communities is important, and this is something I will take forward and we'll pursue as an office. In terms of the general question by Sandile in terms of the role players, I think me being here today starts to speak to sharing the messages at the right levels, increasing community awareness of what the audit outcomes, what the messages are. We've shared these at all levels in terms of council, accounting officer, as well as political leadership of the Premier herself, MEC Finance, MEC Copter, and with the Speaker of the province. So I think the message is about everyone being in a room to find the solutions. I think that's a different platform, but this is a start. This is a start of us talking, and I think the experience, I think the AG messages are starting to speak to the actual lived experience of the citizens, where before we were not touching on that, now we are. So it's about us. We have started to evolve as an organization to actually look at what is the real root cause, what is really happening on the ground, how citizens being impacted, and what are we doing as a Chapter 9 institution to influence and change that. In terms of Mr. Pat Reddy, with respect to the matters raised, I think there's no disagreement with everything that you've raised. And again, we've then looked into the specific projects, which is the Go Durban, the fact that the standing time we spoke about, there's infrastructure built, not being used. We're paying for security for it. So we're looking into all of that. And we'll then look into how we take this forward as the Auditor General's Office, whether we're going to issue a material irregularity for that standing cost. But it's not something that we have not brought to both the provincial political leadership as well as discussions continuously with the mayor, because we understand the impact this is having when monies are spent and the infrastructure is not being used. With the wastewater treatment works, I think we looked at a few, and we will then continue in terms of harm to the public, in terms of where these, if some of the effluent or waste is going directly into rivers, etc. We already have a material irregularity in terms of harm to the public, and we'll continue in terms of environmental audits. We have engaged an expert in this area. So it's not core auditing, it's not looking at financial statements, but we understand that the live reality of the citizens of KZN is not improving. There are things out there. So we've changed our scope. We've actually increased our scope, and we're now including an environmental specialist into it. I don't think we're going to find all of it, but again, our engagements in these platforms, our engagements with the various CSOs will then also direct us to ensure that we are looking at the projects that most affect communities and the changes that we can make. I've already made notes in terms of the Jigga Joe, but we have raised that with the Department of Human Settlements. I've made notes on the Dundee matter, and I take it very seriously when there's a whole lot of money being spent just going to court and lawyers, when there could be a different solution. And and I think it's very sad when someone that's been waiting all their life for a house and has already passed on. So these things, we take these messages very seriously, we take it to heart, and we're trying to change and focus our efforts in the things that matter. In terms of, yes, so I think the climate change is quite important, and it's how the city evolves and how they change in terms of responding to this. And that is why our message over the last 2 or 3 years to eThekwini has been slow response by both council and management to respond to the findings we've raised, slow response in terms of implementing recommendations, such that we're not seeing an improvement in the audit outcome space, and we're not seeing an improvement in the service delivery as well. In terms of the last speaker, with harm to the public in terms of the EPWP funds, and that's being stopped. So in last year's audit, which is the now I need to get my numbers right, in 21-22 audit, we did have findings on how eThekwini awarded and identified participants or people that qualified to be part of the EPWP grant and how they assisted. So it could be that the municipality is re-looking at this and is taking a long time in which to approve the participants of the grants in terms of the work they're doing. And I think that the other side of it is the longer they take to finalize this, it's having a direct impact on the communities in terms of the informal settlements and the work being done there in terms of the sanitation and keeping the areas clean and supporting those communities. So we are currently in the audit with the Metro, and this is certainly something we can take up with them and look at, because it will be a follow-up from the findings we had around the grants from last year's audit, and something we'll definitely track in the current year audit. So I hope I've been able to not exactly provide solutions or answers, but just explain where we are in terms of our own strategy and the changes we want to see. But it's not something that can be done overnight. And it's about all the role players coming together, collaborating, being accountable, will then hopefully start to make the changes we want to see. Thank you.
Thanks for all the answers, and I think not going to have to answer anything because the age, Miss Marusha Vacha has actually answered even all the things that he needed. Now I just need maybe the facilitators to help me because we should be coming back from tea now. So as to at what time will we start the next session?
Thank you very much. Can we thank Mr. Biela for him ably managing the panel? No, it's nice when senior leadership of organizations gets to experience firsthand the challenges of managing time and managing people's voices, because we want to both hear your thoughts that are very important to us gathering, but also to be able to hear perhaps in summary what some of the inputs are from our speakers. And so we appreciate both Marusha Vatal. Thank you so much for your responsiveness to my emails in particular. Sometimes I bother her very last minute, but her office and herself are very welcoming of our participation in their spaces. So we're very excited for that. And of course, to Besk, we will continue to work and toil the ground with you, comrades, to make sure that accountability is reached in the various ways that we require it. Thank you very much to both of you, and thank you to Mr. Liena. So, as you heard, we're meant to be coming back from tea now. So I'm going to ask you very nicely, please grab something to eat, something to drink, use the bathroom quickly, don't linger for conversations outside, come back ASAP, and we'll continue with our program at 20 to 12 going forward. Yeah. So grab your tea, grab whatever it is that you're going to eat, and come back inside. We'll continue with our program at 20 to 12. May I ask members of the board, our chairpersons and speakers to please join us at the front. Members of the board, chairpersons for panels and speakers to join us at the front.
I think the AG's presentation was very good.
Sorry.
You get a copy of it.
One, two, 1, 2, 1, 2. One, two, 1, 2, 1, 2. 2, 1, 2.
All right, colleagues, we're going to start off the next session. Sicela samukele Ezombuso Zulu dancers. Can you give them a round of applause, please? What a bandana, man. Another round of applause. Another round of applause. Thank you very much. All right. Even me, I can do that. I just do not to, you know. All right. No mezu uchunja kuphela. Bafethu sishawe isikhathi bafethu. Sishawe isikhathi. If only time was with us, I would have showed you a couple of moves. All right, I'm going to invite now our chairman for the last session, Mr. Avin Bola, who is the chairman of Kwenzo Gutle Community Development. He has also been the administrator for the KZN CSOC and is currently leading our efforts under the Local Government Action and Learning Network insofar as advocacy and lobbying work. And then he's going to introduce his two speakers. And I know the two speakers will, they are such amazing speakers that even though we've been slightly over time over the program, that they won't also exceed the time that was allocated to them as well. Thank you so much, comrades. We welcome you, Mr. Bola. And a round of applause for Avin.
It's on now. Okay. Good afternoon, colleagues. It's a pleasure to be here with y'all. That don't know me, it's synonymous to associate me with the non-profit sector. But my affinity actually lies with local government because I started my career at the Greytown municipality in 1981. Yes, and those times were quite hard. I actually just took it on as a job and then it became a passion to me. I qualified as a professional town clerk. And in those days we had to fight. Although I had the tertiary qualifications, I was told I don't have the practical experience. I then started the first branch of the South African Municipal Workers Union at the Greytown municipality. I then moved on to the Eastvale District Council in Secunda, where I administered 5 towns. And we did it with dignity, pride, and it was a calling to the nation. I actually had a award given to me by Craig Pariachi, the MEC of local government, for the sense of stability we brought into those areas, service delivery, and the like. So it's a proud heritage that we left. That sense has now been brought into the non-profit sector. And I'm glad that the experience that I've garnered during the apartheid area, I can now bring to service delivery in the democratic era. Okay, let me introduce my first speaker. That will be Dr. Rama Naidu. He was the first director or executive director of Democracy Development Program. He is now the director of 6 Degree Shift, a development practitioner and facilitator. Welcome, Doctor.
Thank you. It's on.
Just a note to the colleagues here, I have to look up to the 2 gentlemen because they are taller than me. And although I didn't tell this to Dr. Naidu, he got my passion fired for the non-profit sector with expertise and his style of leadership. Thank you very much. Okay. And from Westville Ratepayers Association, we have Mr. Manning, and also an awed in your company because of the work that the Westville Ratepayers Association is doing. I applaud you guys for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Avin. Great to be with you guys again. It's such an honor to be here this time as a guest speaker and to see so many old faces. It brings back lovely memories for me. And we were talking earlier on about legacy work, and your legacy is not who you are, it's what you leave behind. And when I see Brian facilitating and people sitting in circles and Paul leading so magnificently this new organization, I smile. When I see Holger Dix here, a partnership over 30 years, and I know that's what the work is about. It's about relationships. So we've got about 15 minutes. I've asked Brian to give me a 3-minute warning. So you don't require another speech. What I want to sketch briefly is something about this journey that we started on 30 years ago as DDP in an era that, and as Holger started his speech saying that, very poignant, Holger, that there's a sense that we're losing hope. Because in 1993, it was all about hope. It was all about hope and possibility, and a little bit about that journey and the people that walked with it. But then I want to reflect on, so what have we learned from this? And end up with, so what is the work? Because there is work. There is work. We can't sit here. And I was struck, I was talking to Professor Reddy, that as I listened to the talks before this, I asked him a question. I said, which part of these stories are new to you? We've been complaining about the same things every year. The arrogance of those in authority who say, do whatever you want, I don't care. And we sit by and we become a nation of moaners and groaners, sitting in our little corners and waiting for Superman to save us. Folks, he's not coming. We have to do the work. In 1993, when this work started, it was a beautiful time because everything was possible. We had just destroyed a heinous system of apartheid. We had a new birthing democracy, and all of us in civil society wanted to co-create this new future. We took government as a partner, as an ally, and we put our hearts and soul into the work to make it happen. And that served us for a while, but you know the notion of a romantic relationship? The honeymoon phase? It's over. Now we have to deal with the real stuff. So we created lots of things, the Good Governance Learning Network, these conferences. I wasn't sure, 18 years, PS. 18 years. Makes me feel quite old with the work that we did. And when I see people like Bibi here, we went from municipality to municipality with peers, trying to tell people about how to work as councillors, what the work was, working with everyone possible to make this thing happen. In fact, one of the proudest moments was the first coalition in this country in KZN between the ANC and IFP was brokered by the DDP. We brought them together. And I'll never forget the incident because when we got them together in this place, there were more bodyguards with guns than people at the conference. Literally, because in those days, we didn't speak conflict, we lived it and saw it. We saw bodies, we saw the fallout, we experienced it at first hand. So this democracy was really important, and we realized that this idea of a rainbow nation was just an idea. It sounded beautiful, it brought us together, but the work to get it done has not really been that great. We assume that when Madiba said we are a rainbow nation, we were it. No, that was the big dream. We had to do the work to get it done. So all that work in those 20 or 30 years was how can we build partnerships so that civil society can take its rightful place in this notion of governance and building this democracy. It can never be done by any government, any political party alone, not anywhere in the world. It requires a partnership. And that partnership is what drove the work of DDP over the time, whether it was the coalitions that we built, the partnerships with and we never call them funding donors. It was a partnership with CAS. And I want to honor this notion that the highlight of my life was the trust I had from the foundation and from my board. Beautiful, so real thank you for that. Without that, I would not have had wings to fly and take risks and do the mad things that we did to bring us to the place. But we're in a different place now. We're in a different place right now. We've done that, but the times have changed. And it's now being able to adapt and say, what have we learned from the last 30 years? And for me, there are a couple of important learnings. The most important one is that relationships are still the most important thing, whoever they are. Contestation never wins the war. It's a short-term victory. You know, I'll win today, you win tomorrow, but in the end, we all lose. But the second thing I learned is that I think we've missed something really important in our work. We focused on the efficiency, on the knowledge, on the capacity. What we didn't focus on enough was the idea about a value-based leadership. On the inside, ethics, values, guidance, direction, vision. So we could do the work, but we lost the plot. There was no North Star to guide us anymore. And I see we're reaping that right now in the country. That it's okay to be corrupt. It's okay to do these things and not be accountable to anyone. It's first to be accountable to yourself, right? It has to come from inside. And if I had to change something, and we did a lot of work at DDP on leadership, but I would go even deeper into that space to say, what's that imperative that we must, that people can openly take from people who have nothing, openly with arrogance, and say it's okay. It's not okay. It's not okay. And so the third learning is that whilst we need to collaborate with government, with other organizations, it's equally important to know that we still need to have a dissenting voice. We need to be able to disagree, and what I call loyal opposition. I disagree with you because I care, not because I'm just disagreeing with you. So you put those three things about the leadership, about the partnerships, and the right to disagree. You have the essence of where we stand at this moment in time, at this moment in this country. So once we see pictures of bleakness and things going wrong, I'm not so pessimistic. I was in a conference recently with the US, and they were talking about local government. It could have been our conference. So don't think for a moment that, oh my goodness, we are in this big dark hole and we can't do anything and we're doomed. It's part of our process. It's almost like we first need to reach rock bottom before we can pick ourselves up. And my sense is right now, that's where we are. And what the symptoms I see is that people, ordinary citizens, see civil society as something else. But in fact, we are civil society, the people in this room. It's not the organizers. We make the organizations. We step into those places. But three things have manifested in this country, which I see. Rebellion. And we see that in the protests across the country, costing us billions of rands every year. And the notion that rebellion alone is never enough. We can burn tires, block roads, do whatever you need to do, but it's for a moment. And we feel like we have a victory, but it's not a victory. It's hollow, it's temporary. And that rebellion doesn't serve us. A rebellion without action is useless. It's just a feel-good thing. You feel good about it. You need an action to go with it. The second thing is apathy. People are saying right now, I don't give a damn about politics. I'll just sit here, I don't care. Let them do whatever they want to do. I'm not going to go to meetings. I don't care who my counselor is. Don't give a damn. And the third and the worst one is resignation. We can't do anything anyway. So let's just sit here and look after myself. Just take care of me and not see the collective. When you put those things together, those three things might seem like it's dissent, but it's not. It's not authentic. It doesn't cause any action. It doesn't shift us into a new place. And so our work is not complicated, but it is quite profound. What civil society has done is given away our agency to what we thought was a benevolent government that would look after us, keep to the promises in the Constitution, and make sure we all had a wonderful, beautiful life together in a home with your free, all the promises that were there, right? 30 years later, I think it's a long time for us to understand it's not happening. So by giving up our agency and trusting someone else completely, we also gave up our power and our voice. And when you do that, in any situation, you leave your future in someone else's hands, you're asking for trouble. A future has to be co-created. It requires citizens. It requires your voices in this space. So the thing for you is, and I've spoke about my work 6-degree shift, is that even today as you leave here, to ask yourself one question, just one little question. What is the 6-degree shift I can make in my life right now? That's not just about me. That's about my children. It's about the future. It's about the fact that I care for this nation. One thing. And the one thing might be as simple as smiling as the waitress who served you tea today. Not big things. So each one of us has to stand up as citizens and say, if I'm not involved, I'm part of the problem. If I'm not involved, I'm part of the problem. I sit here and talk about what's wrong with the world, right? But I don't stand up and do anything. You are part of the problem. If you sit and moan and complain about things, that's all you do, you're part of the problem. When I own the fact that I'm a part of the problem, I can choose to do something about it. Choose to be an actor. And we'll hear from the Westfield Ratepayers Association, that I've been following very closely, by the way, about what it takes for us to move into action. When you say, I've had enough, and the protest is not enough, I have to do something that shifts, disrupts the system enough so that people are forced to take notice. We heard from Besk about taking government to court. I mean, 10 years ago, it was unthinkable, right? You can't take government to court. I mean, it's the Liberation Party, for goodness sake. And they got away with it. Not anymore. And I don't care which party it is. You never give away your power completely to any political party. You have to hold that space for yourself. So the question to ask yourself is, how actively are you involved in your community? I mean, really, I'm talking about your street community, your neighbor, keeping your verge clean, saying hi. These are very, very simple things, right? But it's how we bring back and value associational life. If I know who you are, and we start to talk together, and we start to build sense around a community, then we're more likely to honor our commitments to each other. Because now I know you, I know your child, we love the same things. And so we find a reason to move and work. And it's not about just taking on government. The more cohesive we are, the more powerful we are. And the voices come up. So that's on the one hand. So as a citizen, we need to be setting an example to our children about this future. Otherwise, we're going to be answerable. Mom, Dad, where were you in 2023? No, I was complaining. Really? That doesn't work. For civil society organizations, and I'll end here, Brian, the task is slightly different. And the task is to create spaces to convene citizens to talk about this future. Not to create another power dynamic. I've worked with many ratepayers associations. They start off with a grand idea around a crisis. 6 months later, they're talking about who wants to be the chairperson. It's sad, but it's true. So to civil society organizations, and I've talked even to DDP and people who have capacity building programs, we need to recognize these social structures as places where we need to invest. Talk about things like leadership, about capacity, about financial management, about coalitions, because this is practical. Local government is the only place where government meets the people. It's the interface. Everything else is too far away for us, right? So to civil society organizations like the Ratepayers Associations, the idea is, how can we convene people in a way that they're engaged, they feel heard in this space, and there's some action. Not just another talk shop, there's some action. And even though you might not agree with everything, if there's no action, they're just words. And words at the end of the meeting disappear. We remember the actions. And the more we engage people in these movements, whether it's a Ratepayers Association, whatever it might be, at a community level, we then tend to meet because we choose to meet, not only when there's a crisis. You know, crisis, your hall is packed, right? When you're talking about who's keeping the grass words clean, there's no one in the room because now you have to stand up and take your garbage bag to the corner of the street. But I don't want to do that. I want to ask who's going to do that for me. That's what we need to bring back if we're going to shift. Forget about the big thing about government and all. Those things will happen in their time. But right now, find one little thing that you can start to do from here, from your inner self, that's bigger than you. That's about the future. And we have that in hand. That's our work. That's the legacy work. That's what we can tell our children, right? We started a movement and we're still a part of it now and we're living it as we go. So to DDP and the partners and all of you, you're doing such amazing work right now. Don't get so pessimistic that you think, what's the point? If this is the moment right now, we have a choice. Am I going to stand on the side and keep moaning about it and stay resigned and I can't do anything? Or just in this space that I am, I'm going to stand up and do something. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Doctor. You always have such insightful things to say to us. It reverberates with us for a few days after, and it's thought-provoking. Thank you very much. When I look at Warren, I want to laugh because I didn't know he's part of the Westville Ratepayers Association. We always met at book launches at Ike's and we'd take the fun out of each other. But welcome, brother. Warren Manning is actually the PRO of the Westville Ratepayers Association, and he's an occupational health and safety officer by profession. Welcome, Warren.
Good day to everybody, and thanks for the invite. Having been to a few DDP functions, it's indeed a great honor for us to be invited to make a contribution. I think the work that DDP has done over the years is invaluable for deepening our democratic culture, and we really appreciate the work that you guys are doing. So this is us. Westville Ratepayers has now developed into a metro-wide protest movement, which is called the Etegwini Ratepayers Protest Movement. Next slide. Just a background. We were formed formally in late 2021. So really organizationally, we're just a baby. But a baby that's born within the confines, on the principles of the Constitution and of our country. And when you do that organizationally, you set yourself up to work in the correct direction and to make a meaningful change in our society. Correction just to the title of the input. We are not in a boycott. Boycott has certain legal implications. Our protest is in the form of a dispute. And disputing is allowed within our constitutional arrangement and within certain acts which deal with municipalities. And one of the aims of our campaign is to raise people's awareness of their right to dispute, that you have protections in our legal dispensation to dispute the treatment you are receiving, particularly with regards to billing from the municipality. So no, we are not involved in anything illegal. Dispute is within our, it's within our rights and our protections from our constitution down to other acts dealing with municipalities. Next slide, please. Just to go back to the white paper, and the minister at the time, Wali Musa, said something very interesting. I don't know if you can see it, it's a bit low down, but throughout the document, one of the key tenets is public participation and consultation. It's a critical part of our democracy. There's no democracy without public participation. I think we can all agree to that. And what he says there about local government is that it's tasked with ensuring growth and development of communities in a manner that enhances public participation and accountability. That was 25 years ago. We want to flip that now. We have to flip it now. Now we are saying, oh, sorry, let me just get back there, technology. We are now saying that the local government is responsible for ensuring public participation and accountability. They have to ensure public participation and accountability in order to enhance the development of communities and so forth. We have to flip that script now. And when it doesn't happen, this is the result, the crisis that we are finding ourselves in. While we know there are major issues around climate issues, climate change issues, and all of this, but some of the consequences, the impacts of these climate issues relate to how we are managing the public affairs. And those particular problems of how we're managing the public affairs would not have happened if the powers that be in the metro listen to communities. Even on basic issues, like there is a leak in your road, or there's a crack, or there's a pothole, because it might be minor today, but these minor issues can become a major problem if there's in this time of climate disaster that we're experiencing. So we know all of these things. None of this is new, unfortunately, to us. Failing infrastructure, maladministration financially, we've heard already about consequence management or the lack thereof. And of course, it's the communities which are living on the border, the marginalized communities, the vulnerable communities. It's not us in our houses in Westville in a suburb. We're not talking about us alone, because we can still weather a storm. But it's the folks that are living downstream along those banks, those streams, on the steep slopes of Durban, that are the ones that are getting wiped out in these disasters. So it was captured again earlier with the AG's report. We're talking about 50 billion rand has been lost to maladministration in the last 5 years. That's almost 1 year's budget for it to be spent. We're talking about the impact that it's having on the environment and on important sectors of our tourism. Durban is historically the playground of South Africa. It's no longer the case. And because the city is having this issue of its shrinking revenues, they've been turning to ratepayers in order to squeeze for that kind of cash flow. How have we been dealing with it? Because we realize there's a systemic issue. We were dealing, first of all, with Westville issues. But you soon realize, as we all know, when you're involved in a campaign or a struggle, you realize you start learning about the general situation. And we started realizing that there's a systemic problem in the city. And we're not going to solve Westville's problems by talking about potholes in Westville or about a sewer problem in Westville. So we had to start dealing with the city in terms of the way it's managing, the way it's determining the budget, the way it's doing financial management. So we've gone through a long process of engaging with the city. Many meetings, many attempts at meetings, many frustrated meetings. Memoranda were prepared and submitted, received, and when the budget was passed this year, public participation, our right to be included, voice in that budget, it's lacking. It's not there. So we then, even after the budget was promulgated, we requested 14 times to have meetings to deal with this, because we can alter budgets, we can amend budgets, we can deal with things. It's not cast in stone. All of these attempts, came to nothing. Let me just make sure I haven't skipped. Yeah. from our constitution, from the white paper of 25 years ago, we have certain acts which empower communities, which recognize the important, essential, critical role of communities. One of them being the Municipal Systems Act. And as you can see highlighted in red there, the municipality must recognize our right to be involved in decision-making. I think all of us in the room know that this is an essential part of democracy. We are not just voters. The municipality has to create the mechanisms. It has that responsibility to create genuine, substantive mechanisms where communities are heard, so that we don't end up with the disaster that we find ourselves in. And again, over and over, you can read almost every piece of legislation post-94, the element of democracy must be there. People's right to be consulted, people's right to be heard. In the Constitution itself, there's a section dealing with local government. And again, in our supreme law, the obligation, mandatory obligation on the part of local government is to meaningfully consult and to recognize and to hear what communities are saying and to implement as far as reasonably possible. And I would argue even beyond that, what communities are determining as the issues that they're facing. Again, in the Municipal Structures Act, another act that sort of implements what the white paper was, the vision of the white paper 25 years ago, consultation. And this consultation should involve the entire executive, not just one or two popular figures, and not just one or two quasi-celebrities that will use our demand for being heard as an opportunity to go on some roadshow, to gain popularity, to run up a budget, to buy expensive advertising on commercial radio stations. This is not what our Constitution impels or compels the municipal leadership to do. They should not be using our demands as an opportunity to milk the system. Failing our failure, we acknowledge we failed to engage with the city. We then launched a dispute back in June in terms of 102 of the Municipal Systems Act. We argue that because you have not consulted meaningfully with the community, the budget that you pass is illegitimate, is in fact illegal, and it flows down to line items in our bill. It's our water budget, our water bill, or our sewer, or our stormwater. It all becomes contaminated because of your budgeting irregularities. And so we launch a dispute. And we have these rights within the law. The municipality cannot engage with any disconnections, for example, or penalties, punitive actions. We have a right to dispute. And it's what we do often in our meetings with communities. We ask people, do they know about this right? And most of the time people do not know, because it's not even communicated by the municipality when dealing with things like debt and indigent policies, that you have a right to dispute a bill, because the cause that initiated maybe your arrears might be a problem around data capture, might be a problem around a meter reading or an estimate. And those are the simple points that you can raise a dispute about, and you are protected in that. You will not find such protections being communicated to people, and then people are entering into credit agreements and all these kind of things. So this is a bit of a timeline of the court case. And we began diverting funds. We are not boycotting, we are paying. We're paying into a account held by the WRA in trust. And the details of the account and all of that is available to all the people who have joined the campaign. And we are working on a system that's going to make this even more transparent and secure going forward. There are things that haven't been done before, and we are charting some uncharted waters Disconnection started happening. You might have heard the mayor talking about a list of people that they have, that we have to provide to them in terms of the dispute. You have to tell the municipality, these are the people disputing, so that they have the protections. Unfortunately, that list was used as a hit list, and some people started getting disconnected, and then we approached the court for protection in terms of the law. The first hearing was on the 8th, where the judge realized there's a substantial matter that must be heard. And then she adjourned the matter to about a week later, and the matter was heard, and we are still awaiting judgment. It's been almost a month now. So where it was pushed that we were obviously doing something illegal, that we were boycotting, and all of this is obviously illegal, we're waiting almost a month now for the judge to make a ruling. It's a very serious matter. There's major implications on both sides, for us as ratepayers, for the city as an institution, and we await the outcome from the judge. At the moment, we only have a small number of people, about 260 odd people in the campaign. We've diverted about 2.5 million rand in 3 months that people have been diverting. It's a puny amount compared to the budget of 66 odd billion. But the principle of the matter is critical, that we have protections to dispute our bills. In conclusion then, we speak a lot about accountability. We need to, we would argue, emphasize responsibility. Accountability is a sort of, what did you do there? Why did you do that wrong? We want to emphasize that the municipality has responsibilities. It has duties to act in a certain way. We want them to act in a certain way. We don't want them to explain why they did what was wrong or why they didn't do what we asked. We don't want to continue to be reactive. We have to push the boundaries on these campaigns. So we're pushing for more responsibility. We want to see public participation meaningfully. We need to, with our partners, we need to define what that means. And we're happy to hear the AG talking about wanting to look at that in audits. We were interesting to know how they intend doing that, how they intend measuring that. In fact, we want to contribute to how that is done. If you don't consult, you have a legitimacy crisis. And in our law, it becomes a legal issue, a legality issue. And we are saying to the city, your lack of consultation means that you are illegitimate and in fact illegal. The budget is, we would argue, is illegal. In the same way as self-elected people cannot constitute a proper government. I mean, we should not imagine that our elections might not become a target in future, even though we've had very good elections since '94. If we allow this thing to slip and become entrenched, we can imagine a situation where elections will start being, tampered with. We are saying, if you are not consulting, you are illegitimate, you are illegal, unconstitutional, and we have a right to challenge. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Warren, for that insightful presentation. I'm glad that you cleared up that this fight is not only for Westville Ratepayers Association, it's for the people who are voiceless. And I think that's commendable from a advocacy point of view. I've been following your protests right from the beginning, and I must say I'm very impressed with the knowledge of the laws that you all are invoking. And it will be interesting to see the judgment. My only concern is that the judgment is taking that long to receive attention. Brian, shall we go straight into questions? I have burning questions, but I think I'll rather leave it for the floor. 3, okay. Okay, can we have 3 hands, please? Is it a point of order? Okay.
Sorry, sorry. Just to also add to what Warren has said. Warren, well done. You did an excellent job. I think the very important part of it is two very critical things. And is the one is that we're all getting estimated bills. Why is the city not reading our bills properly? They're getting paid for it. Every month you're supposed to know what you're spending. I mean, you can't go to the supermarket and say you got 100 and spend 200 rand. And then you get accumulated after that. And then what happens is your VAT is not paid back to you. You see, they only give you, yeah. So I think that's one of the things. The other very critical and most important thing, we as civil citizens must have an oversight of how our money is being spent in the city. Now, we're getting councillors to pass our budgets. Are they going to be held accountable for all the mismanagement? So I think we as civil citizens must wake up and smell the roses and fight for your rights. We fought in we fought in the 70s. We got Shambok, we got bullets, everything you got. And now we want democracy, and this is the democracy we get. So let's wake up and defend our rights. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification. Okay, we have got one hand up there. Second one. No takers. Another lady here. Last person. Okay, blessing. Okay, let's start off with the lady here at this table. There.
Sir, I just want to know, what is the process? Should I stand? Okay. What is the process that you guys undertake in your group of 200 people when they dispute their bill payments with the municipality? Do they pay a portion of it? Do they give the entire amount of the bill to you? Yeah, what exactly happens? I haven't really followed much of the story except for what I see on TV, where the mayor threatened to start cutting off people. And has that actually happened? And how do they choose who they are cutting off if everybody is not paying? All 200 people are not paying.
The lady right next to Sue.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Mpume. I'm just listening, coming up in all the four voices that have spoken this morning. I just sense that there is this need for tightening up our accountability tool, or organizing selves as this accountability tool. As I was listening to the first two speakers, I think Sandile did allude to that there is no action, there is no organizing. We've been saying, I was listening to BESC, I'm sorry to be digressing, going back to BESC. It's like I'm reading my reports from like 2010 and 2012. The same things have been coming up, but what it is that we are willing to do, because I think that there is a gap between what needs to be done, because we sit here, we listen to each other, we all mourning of one and the same things, but the voices are still saying the same thing. The Auditor General spoke about the shift. I think she called it the 2030 culture shift strategy or something like that. I would love to see, as we come out of this room, that, you know, we commit to something, we commit to a change, we commit to a strategy. DDP does give us platforms like this. Yes, we listen, we continue to mourn, but I'd like the organizations that are seated here, that they commit to an actual strategy that is going to work. And somebody did speak about taking down the report, the Auditor General report. Yes, that can be taken down to the societies and to the masses like the government gazette. But who has the ability, the capacity to read all of that? I think it needs platforms where it's going to be unpacked and taken to the people that they understand it. Because you know what happened, like they just alluded to the fact that they are now targeted. They are now targeted because they are seen as this angry group. But if it is all of us, we are speaking in one voice. And I was listening, we are quoting the Structures Act, the Municipal Systems Act, the Constitution. Maybe we even understand it even better than the municipal people, the people that work there. But now, what do we do about that? We have a lot of understanding of that. Let us now organize. Let us engage in community organizing. We are not seen as this disgruntled bunch, because that's why they call us. I'm not meaning to belittle what you are doing and maybe throw in insults. But when we come up, we are looking like this disgruntled bunch and all of that. But can we people sit down and even maybe today, if ever there was a time, maybe it's a homework for DDP, please go back, the homework, organize the organizations that are there, so that we take the things and put them in little pockets that can be manageable, that we can digest and can be digested by somebody who is sitting in the shacks, and then we do something about that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was a demonstration in control, anger management. Okay, the third speaker will be Blessing.
Thank you so much. Good day, everyone. My name is Blessing. First, I would like to say thank you very much, at least to the organization. There is an organization that unmute itself, because it seems like we are organizations in our corners and we are muted. We are just grumbling in our corners. We are not doing anything. The only thing that we know is to shout and complain and point fingers to others. But now we are here that the Westville is doing the right thing to unmute. Now, if all the organization can unmute themselves, because we've been making noise and the government knows that we are going to make noise, and they know the song that we are going to sing and nothing we are going to do. For me, I was going to say, when Puti was saying DDP can open a platform for us where they can call all these bunch or the gurus that are there in municipalities and teach them the Municipal Act, because we are the one who knows it better than them. They know nothing. So if DDP can call them, because Eric alone cannot do anything in this space, but if all the colleagues and the municipality people can come in these spaces and then talk for ourselves, not someone to talk on our behalf. So I think for me, this platform is good, and we are really going to do, and we are going to enforce the coalition into civic societies, because everyone, it seems like these civic societies of today are now being in a corner at the politicians who are tired or who are not eating anymore. So they go back and go and open a civic society. So if those people are doing that, they are not going to do anything, because they know the play that they were playing inside the government. So for us who are honest, who are here outside the government spaces, I think there is something that we can do and change. We can make change if we can only unmute ourselves, because now we are just mumbling. Thank you so much.
Okay, seems like there's no questions for Dr. Naidu. I'm not sure whether people are scared or it was that easily understood. Doctor, do you need to respond to any of these questions? None. Okay, so Warren, over to you.
Thanks for the questions, guys. It's good to hear that our practice of questioning is still alive. You know, when you were starting to become an activist, one of the first things they would teach you is to question and question again. And when you get the answer, you question it more. So that's the first thing we must encourage, is we need to build up this practice of questioning and digging deeper. The process around the dispute, yes, there is a process. You link up with us via the Intervening Ratepayers protest movement. There's a mandate form that you need to sign, capture some details of your account with the municipality, and then you are incorporated within the campaign. We inform the city that you're part of the dispute. We are diverting our total metro bill. The city has a consolidated billing system. So we say that the consolidated billing system contaminates all your line items in your bill. Just in the same way as if you go to Checkers and you buy a bag of apples and there's one apple that's rotten. You don't return the one apple and demand your money back for that one apple. We go back with the entire bag. In the same way, we're saying our consolidated bill is contaminated and we diverting the entire amount. What do we do, guys? We have to try to imagine how oversight is going to work. Oversight is the key. How are we going to get civil society into oversight positions in the city? Because it's allowed in terms of the various municipal acts. How do we envisage oversight working? Included with that is what technology solutions can we come up? We have to innovate. Guys. What technology solutions can facilitate us getting our hands on information, budgetary information, procurement information? How do we envisage that happening? And then, of course, it's our responsibility to translate this information into packages that our community members can understand. So we have to get back to that kind of activism. And I'm sure there's many of us in the room that remember doing that. So let's dust off those activist boots and let's get busy with that. We've done it before. We can do it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Warren and Doctor, for the presentation. We have one more hand, Brian. Can we take it? Not.
Let's take the two hands. No one will respond to them, but perhaps it's important for them to air out their perspectives.
Okay,
yeah.
Thank you.
Leadership, asishi Mike sakala zosi onna before sishi asibaleke. See. Kala simshayile izandla sis Amanda. It's on. Vijen? The mic is on, yes. I'm asking why is it not coming out of the speakers? This one is definitely on, Saidun.
It's very important that many areas have Ratepayers Association. And I need to know, we have questioned our bill and, we got no answers for it. But is there some way that all Ratepayers Association can come together to address this challenge, as it was mentioned by my sister there, that if we work in silos, our voice is not going to be heard. Our bill is exorbitant. And I think we need to look at how we can address this bill. And second is, you just spoke now and you said, we need to be responsible as citizens for what's happening with our money. I would like to ask myself and everyone, how do we go about doing this thing? Because I think we are just being ripped off all the time. And especially when we are kind of silent and we don't know what's happening in our local municipalities. And this is where we end up. Overport has a Ratepayers Association, but they haven't gone that distance like what Westville has. And we really want to ask for help to see how we can come on board. I would love to pay my bill into this account, and then we sabotage the government, and then we see how they begin to listen to us, how they begin to listen to us, because they are there because of us, and yet we are mums about what is happening. Is because there's so many challenges in front of us. We don't know where to start. whether we go ABC
Understand.
or XYZ. So thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you so much. Usually we have a disclaimer. The views expressed are not necessarily those of DDP, but those of when you talk about sabotage, that's a crime. No, I'm joking.
Well, whatever I'm going to be saying, I'm going to try and stay away from words like sabotage because I'm notoriously popular with our
Sabotage.
esteemed mayor, and he might come and not just cut my lights off, but maybe my legs. But I just want to compliment the Westville Ratepayers Association for the work that they're doing. Phoenix Civic Movement is proudly behind you all the way to the end. And I just want to say to the previous speaker, there is a joint body that has been formed, also initiated by the Westville Ratepayers Association. It's called ERPM, eThekwini Ratepayers Movement. And there are dozens of ratepayers and civic organizations there. You will also find that if you have a strong voice and you have an activism or an activist spirit like I have, I'm not very popular in my own community from time to time because I say it like it is, because I call out what I see. Do not be afraid. We have organizations within our community of Phoenix that are very pro ERPM and Westville, but we also have one or two organizations that are not for it and will be putting out notifications to scare the population. You can no longer, if you live in South Africa, be scared about anything. We have fought hard for our democracy, and I urge every single one of you that is here, that is not part of ERPM, to please join, do your homework. The guys will come out and present to your communities like they've done with us. They are very available. They have an open door. I think they do is very transparent. If there's a community in this room that would like to set up a ratepayers organization or a civic organization, please feel free to contact me. I do this regularly for many, many communities. And if I'm not available, Westville or the ERPM will do it for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Final hand in a minute.
Thank you, Brian. Dr. Rama, he mentioned that we need to get involved. He also mentioned that rebellion without action is useless. And our speaker here, Ryan, has like put a nail on the coffin to say that we can't just rebel, we can't just like mourn and groan and not do anything visible about it. We as a community of DDP, we as partners here, 2024 is our election year. We need to hold our municipalities accountable. We can't be sitting here in cases and have 8 municipalities that are under administration. It is so pathetic. We need to do something about the municipal auditing committee there in the offices, in the council, and do nothing. We need to make elections come. We already have taken all these recommendations that we have made here and send them to our local municipalities in order for us to see a change, in order for us to make sure that we don't come next year when we are having the 19th conference and still be talking about the same issues. Thank you.
100%. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Avin, Mr. Bola, for ably handling that session as well. And to our speakers, Dr. Naidu, Full Circle Moments, we really appreciate you being in the space. And of course, we are grateful for your mentorship and all of the grooming, in not just for myself personally, but I think for a number of the organizations that are in the room. I think I'm able to say I speak on behalf of we right now. So a round of applause for Dr. Naidu. So another apology to the Westville Ratepayers Association, Warren. I've been calling him Wayne this whole morning. I do apologize for that, but I think it was important for us to have you in this room. Think about the things that you've stoked in the different people in the room already, who are activists but haven't known exactly what are the practical things that you can start to do to agitate for the change that you require. I'm going to ask the Mighty Singers for a final performance of the day, and then we'll go on to a very important segment of the program. Ningaqala nje bafowethu nami ngizonishayela ibhesi ningasabi. Yeah. I-dead air siyithandi angabi sengathi yabo. Yeah, isacinga istation mabe kusekuthuluka ngayo.
Yes, amoya. Ebezos, Zuet, Gayanami, Zebezos, Zuet, Gayanami, Bobom, Zebezos, Zuet, Gayanami, Zebezos, Zuet, Zuet, Gayanami, Bobom, Zebezos, Zuet, Gayanami, Bobob, Zebezos, Zuet, Gayanami, Bobom, Zebezos, Zuet, Gayanami, Zebezos, Zuet, Gayanami, Bobom, Zebezos, Zuet, Gayanami, Bobom, Zebezos, Zuet, Gayanami, Zebezos, Zuet, Gayanami, Zebezos, Zuet, Gayanami. Zebezos, Zuet, Gayanami, Bobom, Zebezos, Zuet, Gayanami, Zebezos, Zuet, Gayanami, Zebezos, Zuet, Gayanami. Oh, and now, and only them, Hanami. Oh, and now, and only them, Hanami. Oh, and now, and only them, Hanami. Bum, 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 bum. Ba 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 bum, ba ba bum ba ba bum bum. Who and now head only them banana. Bum ba ba bum ba ba. Ba 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 bum, ba ba bum ba ba bum bum. When now head only them banana. Bum ba ba bum ba ba. Ba 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 bum, ba ba bum ba ba bum bum. Ooh, and now it's dead. Banami, body hum banati bab, body hum banati bab, body hum banati. Yes, now I won't get in la bati hamba natiba bati hamba natiba bati hamba natib then na yonke in then Ba-ba-bum, ba-ba-bum, ba-ba-bum. Ba-ba-bum, ba-ba-bum. Ba-ba-bum, ba-ba-bum, ba-ba. Yeah, na yonke yi den ba-ba-bum, ba-ba-ba-bum, ba-ba-bum, ba-ba-ba-bum. Ba-ba-bum, ba-ba-bum-bum, yeah, na-yong-ge, den. Ba-ba-bum, ba-ba-bum, ba-ba-bum. Ba-ba-bum, ba-ba-bum. Ba-ba-bum, ba-ba-bum, ba. Yeah, na-yong-ge, is-a-den. Nas, yen, na-yong-ge, is-a-den. Aye, aye,
Oh, another round of applause. Guys, I can also sing, but time just doesn't allow. So, man, so, you know, I don't know. Yeah, I'm speechless. Guys, can I just say, young people who are active, engaged in their civic responsibilities, but also have amazing talents that they have to share we need to applaud this. Can you give them another round of applause? Muhle umsebenzi wenu bafowethu. Please don't ever give up on that part of it. Masaba, thank you for connecting me with them. Simpiwe, thank you for coordinating the group. And of course, nabafowethu bendlamu bahleli ngaphandle. Kodwa siyabonga kakhulu nakubona. I think for us as DDP, it was important to have end of the year this way. This is our last big event for the year. We're still going to be doing other activities, but it's going to be the last way in which we're convening this way. We, as a civil society organization, we don't have the ability to host a festival to just celebrate with you. So in some ways, we have to try and find mechanisms to put the celebration as part of the other work that we're doing. And so the local government conference is a key feature in our calendar. And so we thought it's important that we try and come together in this particular moment to give praise, honor to all of the institutions that are doing the very important work in this country, in this province, in this city, around keeping active citizenship and accountability, active citizenship and accountability alive. Our work is not in vain. There are changes that are happening as slow as they are, and we hope that you can also be a part of that space where you can start to celebrate that. But beyond all of the things that we're doing, insofar as honoring the work and honoring each other in terms of the partnerships that we're a part of, we also want to be able to be in a space where we honor, I need names, please, where we honor the stakeholders who have gone into this work with us. Before we go outwards, let's look a bit inwards as a democracy development program. I'm going to invite Dr. Paul Kariuki and Dr. Dix for this portion of the presentation. And we're going to welcome onto the stage someone that we'd like to honor for the long service and the amazing work that has been done. So you see, when there's so much happening, sometimes you get briefings last minute, but it's just so we're going to invite Yeah, we're going to invite Lynn to join the picture as well. Yeah. Cool. So we're going to honor the executive chairperson, or is it the executive chair? Is this chairperson of the board of the Democracy Development Program, Dr. Devi Rajab, for the amazing and outstanding long service to the organization. A round of applause for Dr. Devi. Dr. Devi has a long history of activism. She's also been and continues to do a lot of work in journalism, and she writes a number of books in the areas in which are expertise of the organization. And so honoring your work and the role that you played in the board is an amazing feat. We really appreciate you. Dr. Devi, please don't leave us yet, the stage that is. You can leave your stuff on in that side. So we're going to ask now Dr. Devi, as well as Dr. Dix, to join us for this specific picture. We're going to be honoring the founding executive director of the Democracy Development Program, a man who is a giant amongst men, Dr. Rama Naidu. A standing ovation is deserved. So thank you very much, Dr. Naidu. All right. Please do not take a seat. We're going to be doing, just a quick gift. So the thing that's in the brown bag need not be mentioned at a conference, but Dr. Naidu loves these things. So you can make assumptions about what's in the brown bag, you know? All right, thank you, Willie. So we're going to ask, you're doing a quick picture with, okay. Thank you very much. So given the long service that we've had with this specific stakeholder, the long service with this specific stakeholder, we recognize also the country representative is not able to be here with us. And so in his absentia, but also recognizing the role that Dr. Dix has played, we are happy to have you with us, Dr. Dix. Please join us at the front for an honoring of the Konrad Adenauer Foundation as well. The work that you have done in ensuring the sustainability of the work has been amazing as well. Now he needs to declare that he got a gift from DDP here. So I think he won't get the framed one, he's going to be taking that other one home. Okay, so Dr. Dix, we are presenting to you also memorabilia of the long service and work that we've had together. And you can take back to Berlin. I'm also in the picture, by the way, so. We've got you your own copy. All right, a quick picture, Willie. Thank you very much. Now we're going to ask to make a presentation to our board members. We'll start, there are quite a few of them that have unfortunately had to leave the room, but we're going to start with our former news anchor, now works for the other side, as it pertains to German foundations. Can we please welcome our board members to the front for their quick presentation as well? A round of applause. Ms. Menaka Pariachi next, after Mr. Nicholas Bauer. Thank you. Ms. Padiachi. Thank you so much. Professor Mellon. Mrs. Padiachi is actually one of the longest serving board members on our board. So a huge round of applause for her. We'll keep that a secret, Ms. Padiachi. In his absentia, Judge Patel, just to recognize that he's also being awarded in this space. And then, of course, Mr. Biela, Mr. B.B. Biela, we would also like to honor you, sir, for your long service to the board. Of course, this work, as we've spoken about, we've just looked somewhat externally, and now we're looking back internally. Now we're looking externally as well. Without the work, the collaboration and the partnership between the different stakeholders that we're engaged with, this work would not be possible. And so we'd like to honor Mr. Applegreen, Eric Applegreen, on behalf of the eThekwini municipality, and specifically your office and the role that it's played in our different areas of work, in social cohesion, in building an infrastructure for a better city. We'd like to honor you as well. And in the abstentia, we'd like to honor Dr. Mike Sutcliffe. Some of you might recall he was one of the very notable municipal managers that we've had. And of course, in the abstentia of the Inkatha Freedom Party as well, the role that it's played in helping us to start the work of building the new South Africa that we currently live in. Of course, I mentioned Kwa Vadis earlier. I'd like to welcome Prof. P.S. Reddy on behalf of the University of KwaZulu-Natal School of Governance. We wouldn't be at 18 if it wasn't for the first 15 that you hosted for us. So we really appreciate you and your work. All right, now to the people that are also part of the machine. We'd like to welcome Ms. Pravina Coombs from Thought Fire, who is a significant stakeholder in the work that we're conducting. Of course, then it's going to be our friend, the DJ, the one hot DJ, Mr. Sound Concept itself, Vijen. A round of applause, guys. Lunch is coming. And then, of course, the photographer himself, Mr. Willie Chikuru. I'm happy to take a picture of you. As you know, multifaceted, multi-talented. Yes, Mr. Willie Chikuru. Hey, wait. All right. We'll now welcome our next awardee, Ms. Farida Lavanji. Apologies for the pronunciation, but Ms. Farida, welcome. Mr. Raven Govender, who is our IT man. You might not know him, but the fact that we have a Zoom up and running speaks volumes for the type of hardware and software we're utilizing. And then, of course, our neighbor from downstairs, our legal advisor, our very active young man. He canoes every weekend, and is spearheading one of the movements towards making sure that our Umgeni River becomes clean again, Mr. Johan Juster. We also want to welcome an old colleague of others, not me, since I wasn't around when she was around, but I've got to know her as well as a facilitator and someone that we collaborate with in the space, Ms. Shezi, who now works with the IEC. We'd like to give her a round of applause and honor her service as well. All right, so we're going to now ask Miss Edna Skakane. A round of applause for my Edna Skakane. I wouldn't be this good looking if it wasn't for this lady, you know? Dr. Naidu, we need you in the picture with Uma. Siyabonga kakhulu, Ma, for all that you do for us. The things that we take for granted, we really appreciate you and the work that you continue to do. Of course, some things would also not move if it wasn't for Mrs. Suraksha Singh. Mrs. Suraksha Singh is the one that makes the things happen. So, all right. Sure. Mrs. Suraksha Singh, there we go. A round of applause for her. And then, of course, we have, I think Zamo is in the room. Okay, no, Bishop Foster also in the room. We won't forget them. But before we get to Zamo and Bishop Foster, we also want to thank this young lady that we have with us on the team who does amazing work for us and for the entire organization. She's a legacy child because we snatched her away from the donor partner, Mrs. Lynn Schmitz. Dr. Naidu, we need you in another picture. we came here to use your skills, Rama. So, so by the time you leave, you're going to be very fit. This is, again, colleagues, commemorating 30 years of the organization's existence. So it's not a small feat. We appreciate also having Besk in the room with us. They've been around for 10 years longer than DDP. So the idea that we're celebrating our birthdays in similar timelines is also amazing. Ngicela Ubaba Mzamo Ngongo from Umkhambathini municipality. Your work in the public participation space, making sure that we're able to reach what are considered rural communities has also been important for us. I see this slow, man. All right, Bishop Mike Foster, our final awardee for the day. Welcome and thank you so much for your service to the organization. All right, thank you very much. So lunch, Suraksha will tell us where we're going. Oh, well, we're on the same floor. So lunch will be available, colleagues. There's no ticketing. Okay, tickets will be given by Amanda. Okay, tickets will be given by Amanda. The coupon is just for the cool drink. We don't do brown envelopes for cool drink. We Second? Or the gift. Thank you very much, colleagues. That's me for the year. Ngiyabonga kakhulu for your collaborative, for being such amazing guests and delegates. We do look forward to seeing you in future. Please continue to engage with us. We're still at the office. We're not closed. We just aren't hosting another conference again for the year. So we really appreciate your participation and your unreserved support. We look forward to hosting you once more in 2024. Someone was saying 2024 is our 1994. I don't know who that is, but it's important to try and turn out and be as visible as you can be in the different spaces that you occupy. Siyabonga kakhulu. Nihambe kahle. Bonga mina lethi. Sendithole iy'tolo eziwu-2 yabo. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Right.
I appreciate it.
Silence.